Microphones are on and we are live. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for joining us on this sunny May afternoon. Arthur's joining me today and Pete as well.
Hello.
And we're going to be doing a tutorial and playthrough of Inventions, Evolution of Ideas. Few things before we start, just to let you know, this is a sponsored video, so a big thank you to Eagle Griffin Games for making this video possible. If you are looking for a pure how to play video, I've got one of those. It went live on the channel a couple of days ago. So today's teach is going to be longer because it's going to be in person, and I'm not going to be doing a full teach at the start. I'm going to be teaching most of what I think needs to be known up front, but then there's certain parts of the game which I'll explain in more detail nearer the time. So yeah, if you are looking for a pure how to play video, that is on the channel now. We're going to be doing a 3-player playthrough today. Neither of you two have played Inventions before.
Nope.
So I have the slight advantage that I have played it before, but that's counteracted by the fact that this is a live stream and I can't always pay attention to what I'm doing. So we should have an even game. Now, both of you have played Lacerda games before.
I have. He demonstrated.
So you have Speakeasy.
Speakeasy.
You played Speakeasy.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So the only Lacerda game you've played is one that isn't out yet.
Yes.
Excellent. Right. So welcome to Inventions, Evolution of Ideas. Since the dawn of time, humans have sought new ideas, forever developing them into newer concepts. Their genius made them stand out from the other animals. Each invention is a veritable evolutionary step. Humans' use of tools surpasses all others, making Homo sapiens technologists before historical records were invented. We're going to be playing this game over 3.5 million years. So have you got a cup of coffee?
I have.
We're going to be starting the game in the early Stone Age, which was 3.5 million years ago. And we're going to be playing all the way through to the computer age, or modern times. You are playing the role of a society as a whole. And the objective of the game is to score the most ingenuity points, which you will see referred to on the cards and the player aid as IP. So whenever you see IP or you see a number in Laurel, that's ingenuity points. And it'll be the player with the most ingenuity points at the end that wins the game. We are going to be presenting ideas to the world. Somebody will then invent those ideas, which may be you, may not be you, maybe somebody else. Somebody else might come along and innovate your idea and make that better. Importantly, the person who innovates it can't be the same person who invented it. And then eventually somebody will share that idea with the world. And it's the sharing the idea with the world which... that's the culmination of all of the effort. And if you do all of the other stuff and then don't share it, people aren't going to get much benefit out of doing it. That's generally one of the main things that you're going to be doing in the game. That's the theme of the game. And obviously that's the thing that's going to be getting you a lot of points. What you're also going to be doing is you're going to be building up your own society board. So this is your society board. This is a kind of abstract representation of your society as a whole. And you're going to be gaining tiles. You're going to be gaining hexagonal tiles. And you're going to be placing them on this progress map. And those tiles come in 4 different types. There are cultural tiles, which are the white ones, slightly off camera. Technology tiles, which are the brown ones. The economy tiles, which are the steely, greeny, grey tiles. And there's the wealth tiles. Now, the wealth tiles are actually on the board. These were randomly positioned in the 7 regions. Those wealth tiles are going to be worth a lot of points if you get them right. I'll try and help you out with getting it right. But the first time I played it, I kind of took the wealth tiles as an afterthought and then realised, oh, I know what I should have been doing. Because the wealth tiles, some of them rely on the exact position of where that tile is in reference to other things that it is next to. But essentially, that's one of the thematic parts of the game, is that the wealth tiles are what is going to get in your society a lot of points at the end of the game. You've also got 3 scoring objectives, which were dealt to you at the start of the game at random. You've got 1 of each type. These are supposed to be kept secret from the other players. I will show you mine on camera and explain how these work. At the end of the game, you're going to score 2 of them. So you don't have to decide what you're aiming for really early on, but at a certain point in the game, you kind of want to be thinking, okay, these are the 2 that I'm going to try and do. Or you might want to try and do all 3, just in case you then don't manage to achieve one of them. But these have got points on them as well, and that's going to contribute to your final score as well. Right, now we're going to be playing a 3-player game today. There are special rules for the 2-player game. So if you're watching this video and you are looking to play a 2-player game, bearing in mind that I'm not going to cover the 2-player game rules here. There is only one real tweak to the 3-player game, and I will explain that when we get to it. And if you're playing the 4-player game, you won't need to know that. Also, I'm hoping I'm going to get the rules right today. I've been working on the how to play video for this game a lot over the last month, so most of the rules of this game are hopefully still in my head, but I've had a heck of a weekend and I'm quite tired. So if I get anything wrong and you're watching live, please let me know. And as is always the case with these live playthroughs, somebody at some point later this week will leave me a comment on the video and say, oh, at 12 minutes 33, Arthur forgot to take a point, right? If you spot anything like that after this video has gone live, well, if you spot it while we're live, tell us. But if you spot this after the video has finished, let me know and I will add some Klingon subtitles into the video. So if you're watching this back afterwards, turn on your subtitles, change them to the Klingon channel. Any corrections will appear on screen. Right, start player is me. It's here. I don't know if it's supposed to be clockwise or if it's just random. I think it's clockwise. I'm just going to check that.
You wouldn't have
He says.
You wouldn't have different colour tokens, would you?
So, step 2, we all start with it right. The player who invented something most recently goes first. I've not invented anything.
I invent stuff all the time, but most of it's rubbish.
It is clockwise. It is clockwise.
Okay.
So, you're orange, aren't you? There you
go.
go.
Yes.
Right. Now, what we're going to be doing is I'm going to explain what I think is the majority of the important rules of the game. Then we're going to be doing the early Stone Age, which is a setup round. And during that setup round, we are going to be choosing one of the regions on the board. There are 7 regions that we have on the board. And we are going to be presenting one of our 2 ideas. So at the start of the game, and I've already done the setup before you 2 arrived, but what happens is, and I'm just going to show you this bit here. So milestones. Milestones are a very important part of the game. And milestones are, as the name suggests, iconic milestone technologies. Now, transportation, control of fire, stone and bone tools, and the origin of language. These are in the common display. We all have done this. So all of us have access to all of these technologies already. We also have a private milestone display, which always consists of mining, cotton, agriculture, and copper smelting. I put that there because that was in case you were playing blue, which you know. So these were randomly positioned, but Arthur, you've got the milestone of cotton. So if you pass me one of your citizens, I'm going to put that on here. And Pete, you're on mining, and I'm on copper smelting. So that is a milestone which only you have access to at the moment. But what's going to happen over the course of the game is that these new milestones are going to come in. So these are the 3 future milestones which you could actually get: iron, sailing, and mathematics. And when they come in, you take one of those, you put it into here in your spot. It will replace your existing one, which moves into here and slides these off, and they go off the board. Anything that slid off the board is still classed as in the common display. We don't forget how to control fire just because it slid off the board. So I am going to put everything that slides off the board somewhere. We've actually got things in slightly different positions than the setup recommends, just so I could get everything on. But yes, and the reason why I'm saying this now is agriculture is still on the board. Even though we're playing a 3-player game today and the blue player is not playing, there isn't a dummy player, but there is this other nation that none of us know anything about that's got agriculture. And the special thing that's going to happen in a 3-player game at the end of an era is the blue player is going to take one that's left. If there was one left, it's going to put it on there and that's going to cycle around. It kind of simulates that there is another player doing that. But that's it. That's the only change to the 3-player rules. Right, the other thing that we've done in setup, we have, and if I just press this button here, I think it's this button. It's not this button. It's this button. This button. These are the 7 regions on the board, and thematically they are numbered to track humans' movement through the world. So humans started out here, according to science and history and stuff, and then went to here, and then 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 here. that's the reason for the numbers. The numbers don't actually play much part in the game apart from your personal scoring objectives. But what's going to happen is each of these regions is actually associated with a technology tile, which was chosen at random. Those are the 7 knowledge tiles that are in the game. And if we just zoom out again, there are 7 regions here. And each of these region displays is associated with one particular region. So when we talk about a region, we're actually talking about that section there. That, for example, that is North America. Okay. Now, within each of these regions, I'm just going to press this one here, we have a specialist tile, which has been chosen at random. And in all of the regions except for the one with that one and that one, so this one, and also the 4 down here, they've got an idea already in them. And they are the ones that we can choose at the start of the game in the setup round. So in the setup round, we are going to choose one of those regions. We can't choose either of these regions. So 3 of those 5 will be chosen, and the 2 that aren't chosen, those cards will be removed from the game. So that's what's going to happen in the setup round. We're going to choose one of those, and we're going to put stuff in there. But let's go higher level first, and let's talk about the course of the game. So we're going to be playing the game over 6 ages. Now, age 1 is the Stone Age. So we've got early Stone Age, which is the setup round, and then late Stone Age, which is actually the first round of the game. Yeah. Each of these ages, 2, 3, 4, and 5, consists of 3 rounds each. And in each round, each player will have 1 turn. The type of turn that you have is indicated by the icon on there. So you'll notice that each era, 2, 3, 4, and 5, consists of 3 rounds, 2 with the wheel and 1 with the pillar. We'll come on to that more in a bit later on. Era 6 is final scoring. So there isn't really an era 6. You go into era 6 and the game has ended. That isn't a round as such.
Yeah.
So there's only 13 rounds in the game, which means you're only going to get 13 turns in the entire game. But this is a game which uses chain actions probably more than any of his other games. So it is very common for you to be able to do 2, 3, 4, 5 actions in a turn. Maybe not 5. Maybe later on you might have a 5 action turn. But thankfully the actions in this game, again, compared to some of his other games, the actions are easier. And some of the actions are very quick to resolve. The 10 different actions of the game are all here. This is the assembly. The assembly is divided into 5 forums, and each forum is divided into 2 action spaces. There is a reason for that, because what you're going to be doing is you're going to be selecting your action with one of your pillars, and you cannot select an action in which you have a pillar in that forum. So if I had that there, then when I place my next pillar, I can't go there again, and I can't go there. But I could go there, and then I'm now limited to these 6. At the end of an era, the little pillars come off, and we're going to lie them down, I think, for the purposes of the overhead camera. So at the end of an era, the little pillars come off, and then you start again. So I mentioned that you've got the wheel round and the wheel round and then the pillar round. So what's going to happen is in round 1 of the game, you're going to place this on the board and you're going to do the action. You are allowed to go where somebody else is.
Yep.
Then in era 2, so round 1 of era 2, I'm going to put that on the board and I'm going to do that action. And then in round 2 of era 2, I'm going to put that on the board and I'm going to do that action. And then in round 3 of era 2, I'm going to move this. So this is never removed from the board. It's only ever moved around. But I'm not allowed to put it in the same forum that it already was. And I can't put it there, and I can't put it there. So actually, in the last round of era 2, I only have 4 choices of where this goes, which is there, or there. So you've got to be careful with your pillars. But thankfully, because of the chain action system in this game, you will quite often be like, oh, I really need to travel, but I can't travel because travel's in that forum, and I've already got a pillar in that forum. Right, let's find another way to travel. And you might say, oh, I've got, I'm just looking at what cards you've got. No, nobody's got one. But let's say you had a card with the travel icon on. You're like, right, what do I need to do to be able to trigger the action on that card so that I can do the thing that I actually wanted to do? So you are restricted in your actions, but there's lots of other ways to do those actions. Right, so where should we start? It's a good question. Should we talk about the actions? And as we're talking about the actions, and I will cover all of the actions before we start, I will be explaining the rules as we go along. But taking an action is the main thing that you do. Now, before we do that, just wanted to show you the player boards. So each player has a player board. They are identical apart from this bit. So our individual progress maps are slightly different. We all have exactly the same icons, but they are in slightly different places. And the turn sequence is actually printed on here. So what you do on your turn is a 4-step sequence, which is step 1, step 2, step 3, and step 4. Now, what's important with this game, and we're not going to do this today for the start of today, but you will do this once you know the game, is steps 3 and 4 can be done while the next player is taking their turn. So the reason we're not going to do that today is because you two will need help with steps 3 and 4, certainly for the first half of the game. At that point, if you say, no, I understand it now, I'm fine, we will actually start playing as the game is intended. So today's playthrough is going to be longer because we are actually going to be talking people through steps 3 and 4 of their turn. But as I say, once you know the game, you won't do that. You will say, right, I'm done with step 2, I'm finished, next players go, and then you start doing steps 3 and 4. So it's actually, it's a good design in that respect, that a lot of the things can be done when it's somebody else's turn. So step 1 of your turn, you work out how many chain action tokens you have available to you. And that is determined by your influence. So we all start with no influence whatsoever. No, we don't. Sorry, we start with 1. We start with 1 influence. You can lose influence and go down to 0. The amount of influence you have determines how many chain action tokens you have. So if you are here, you have 1. If you're here, you have 2. If you're here, you have 3. What you do is you move the chain action token to there to indicate I have 1 chain action token to me available to me this turn. The chain action tokens are simply a way for you to remember what you've done and remember how many chain actions you've got. That's the only point of those tokens. It came out in playtesting that people were losing track. How many chain actions have I had? So that's what that is. At the end of your turn, whether you've used them or not, they all go back there. So literally it's start of your turn, how many have I got? You play out your turn, and then after your turn, take them off from wherever you put them, and you put them back in there. That's the first thing you do. The second thing you do is the action, the choice of action. And as I mentioned, in round 1 of the game, you are going to be placing your large pillar on any of the 10 action spaces, and then you're going to be doing the action. If any player places a pillar in the same space as your epoch pillar, and only your epoch pillar, you gain an influence. So if I go there, and then Pete, you say, I want to go there as well, I'll get an influence. And then Arthur, if you go there, we both get an influence.
Right. So I won't be doing that.
You might. you might want to. That only applies to the epoch pillar, but it applies no matter which pillar you place in there. So if you put one of your little pillars in there, I still get the influence. But the little pillars do not give influence. Right. So the different actions. I'm going to press this button here. I'm going to hope it's the right one. It is the right one. So these 4 actions here, these are the core theme of the game. This is presenting, inventing, innovating, and sharing, which are the 4 things that I mentioned earlier on. So these are the 4 actions which I'm going to say you may do more than the others, but these are what the game is about. So ideas, first of all, must be presented. That has to happen. That is the necessary first step. Then they need to be invented, which doesn't need to be the same player that presented it. Innovating is optional. You do not need to have an idea innovated in order to share it. So if you think of it as a 4-step process, but step 3 is optional. Step 3 does not need to happen in order for it to be shared, but it has to be presented before it can be invented, and it has to be invented before it can be shared, but innovating is optional. Right. So let's talk about this action first. Thankfully, Sir Ian O'Toole's iconography is very clear on this one. The steps of the action are printed here, and you've got your double-sided player aid. If you just pass me that, I'll show people it. So the game comes with 2 of these, which actually has a complete summary of all of the actions on. So I'll give that to you. But what you do is you choose a region on the board to present one of your ideas to. Now, each player has 2 ideas at the start of the game. You will only ever have 2 ideas to the right-hand side of your board. There is never any space for anything else. You've only ever got 2 ideas. One of those ideas was selected based on your milestone. So because my milestone was randomly decided as copper smelting, I took plumbing because plumbing requires copper smelting as a milestone. The other one was chosen at random off the top of the deck. So we have an ideas deck over here, which has got ideas stacked in age order. So it had 3s, then 4s, then 5s, then 6s, and we each got a random one off the top. So to present an idea, I basically choose one of these and I decide where in the world I want to present this idea to. There can't already be a card there. So let's say, for example, I want to present plumbing to America. The next icon to show you is this. So you now have to send a specialist, and the type of specialist, what this icon here means, is it must match that idea, and I put them onto the specialist tile. So if we have a look at, I pressed the wrong button again, this one. So plumbing is a technology idea. All of the ideas are either cultural, economic, or technologies. This is a technological one, which means I have to send a technology specialist and I place them on the tile. This requires 1, but some of them, well, this is 1, this is 1, some of them require 2. This one, for example, this requires 2. Now, if you look back at your player board, you start the game with one of these. This is an economy specialist known as a trader. This is a cultural specialist known as an artisan. And this is a technology specialist known as a thinker. You also have 2 scholars. Scholars are wildcards, so they can be used as if they were any type. So for me to present plumbing to North America, I need to place 1 technology specialist, so in other words, a thinker, from here onto here. If there were 2 icons on there, I would have to also use one of these scholars because I only had 1 thinker.
Yep.
Right? And then I immediately get to do the benefit of that tile. So very common thing with a lot of Vittles games is whenever you're putting something on a space, if there's something on that space, you get that bonus. So straight away, by me doing that, I get to do that, which is the share action. Now, are either of you thinking, is that a chain action?
Could be.
It's not.
Maybe.
So this is one of the important things with this game, because I've mentioned chain actions early on, but chain actions are specifically where you see the pink background with the chain symbol.
You'd think plumbing would be a chain action.
You would think so. So even though I've chosen the present an idea action, and presenting an idea has got me to do the share action, that isn't a chain action. So there are bonus actions and there are chain actions. Chain actions require you to have an available chain action token. If it isn't a chain action, you just do it. At the end of your turn, you refill your missing idea so that you've always got 2. Now, whenever you take a missing a new idea, it can be any of the 4 that are currently on offer. So any of the 3 cards,
Yep.
or the one off the top of the deck. If you take one of the 3 cards, they slide to the right and you replenish. Now, if you decide to present an idea here, what does that do?
Get another person.
Well, that's
It's that.
another one of these. So present another idea.
I present another idea.
Present another idea.
That is done before you replenish. So the replenishing of your ideas only happens at the end of step 2 of your turn.
So you can have musical plumbing.
So I then say musical notation, and I'm going to introduce musical notation to America, which is a cultural one. So I need to use this artisan, it goes on there.
And that's still not a chain action.
It's still not a chain action. I haven't done any chain actions yet at all. And then at the end of my turn, I replenish 2 ideas.
Yeah.
So I take one, refill the offer, take another one. Right?
Yeah.
So presenting an idea is the only way that you get new ideas, because you can only ever have 2 and you can never just get rid of them. At a change of era, anything from the previous era disappears. So you can't voluntarily get rid of them, but if you have a really old one and the game moves forward, then it's going to disappear. Any questions about the presenting an idea action?
You probably said it, but I didn't register. So in this situation where you presented 2 ideas, would you pick up 2 cards?
Yes.
From your book?
Yeah, you do one, refill,
So you've always
then
got
you do the other
2,
one. You've always got 2.
Yeah. Right.
Now, why do you want to present an idea? That will become clear later. I mean, presenting it gets you the bonus of the specialist tile, but there's another reason for it later on. So let's talk about the next action, which is, try and remember the right button, is this one. This is inventing an idea. Now, you may have noticed, you probably haven't, but these cards are 2-sided. So that's the idea side, and that's the invention side. And you can see from the icon here, inventing it basically flips the card over from that side to that side. That's what it does. But the first thing you need to do is you need to check that you have access to the requisite milestone. So for musical notation, the requisite milestone is origin of language. You have to have access to that milestone in order to be able to invent it, not to present it, just to invent it. Now, I mentioned at the start of the game, these 4, we all have access to them. So effectively, that is there purely for a thematic reason, because every player in every game will always have access to the origin of language. But plumbing, let's say I presented plumbing to Europe, at the moment, only I can invent that, because only I have access to copper smelting. It's my thing. Nobody else has got it yet, so only I can invent it. How do other people, therefore, invent plumbing? Well, they would have to, using an action I haven't explained yet, send a diplomat to there. Now, Pete has access to copper smelting, so Pete could now invent plumbing. Also, various things in the game will happen which will cause copper smelting to move into here. As soon as it does, everybody has access to it. So as the game progresses and these milestones will move into here or even off the board, if plumbing was still there, not having been invented, somebody else could come along and they could invent it. Just a quick note, you are allowed to recall your own diplomat from your own milestone and you still have access to it because it's in your coloured section. So you always have access to the one in your coloured section. Now, there's one rule about this that I forgot the first time I taught this game. And I'm going to try and remember it now from memory. And then I'll look it up in the rulebook or look at the chat to see if anybody corrects me on it. If the game has moved on, so in other words, if Kronos, for example, is in Era 3, which is otherwise known as Era C, and there is a B milestone still in here, then everybody has access to it.
Okay.
I think that's right. Just going to check in the rule book before somebody in the chat tells me that I've got it right, but I think that is correct. And I thought when I first started playing the game that that's not going to happen, but actually it does. Milestones. Just want to check that I got this right.
Somebody said that's right.
Okay, so it's either it's in your own display, it's an opponent's and you've got a citizen on it, or it's an opponent's and it's from an era earlier than your current era. Yeah. So in other words, if I stay here on copper smelting and the game moves into era 3, then you don't need to send a diplomat to it. You've got it.
Yeah.
Even though it's there. So that's just something to watch out for. Right. That's a very important concept to understand, is access to milestones, which doesn't limit you presenting an idea, but it does limit you inventing an idea. Right, the next step of inventing an idea is this. You're going to see an icon similar to this at various points in the game. This is you gain a technology aspiration. So each player has 4 aspiration tiles. And this is a rule which I really like in the game, excuse me, because again, this speeds the game up. So what happens is whenever you gain a technology aspiration, you take one of your aspiration tiles, you rotate it so that the technology side is up, and then what you do is you place it in the leftmost slot of your player board like so. And if during that turn I was to gain a cultural aspiration, I will take another one and I will put it that side up. And if during that same turn I was to gain a wild card aspiration, I put it like that. Now, you know, earlier on I said that step 3 can be done once you've finished your turn and once the next player has started their turn. Step 3 is that you exchange these for the actual tiles in the game. So here are all of the technology tiles. There's 2 of each because we're playing a 3-player game. Here are all the cultural tiles, again, 2 of each. And here are all the economic tiles. So after, let's say I did that on my turn, I would say, right, step 2 is done. Pete, your go. While Pete's taking his go, I exchange that one for any one of these. You can't have 2 of the same though.
Yeah.
Then I exchange that one for any one of these, and I exchange that one for whatever I want. So at the end of your turn, step 3 is changing these for these.
Yeah.
These are absolutely essential. So this isn't like an optional thing that you might want to do if you get chance. Gaining these tiles and then moving them into your progress is the main thing in the game, and that's what you want to be doing. I think Vittel has said, or some of the playtesters have said, you want to be gaining one of these tiles at least on your turn. Now, that doesn't mean you want to gain 1 on your turn, but that means if you have a turn where you don't gain 1, you probably want to try and get 2 next turn. Because there are certain things that you will do at the start of the game where you won't get 1. Like if you do that as your first action in the game, you're not going to get 1. But then next turn you want to try and get 2. But you want to be collecting a lot of these, because you've seen the size of the progress map. You're not going to fill this. I don't think you're going to fill it, but you want to fill it as much as you can.
Yeah.
Right, we had a bit of a side tangent there, but that's a really important part of the game. And that is how you get the technology tiles, by inventing. The next thing you do is you have to place specialists that match the type of technology, and you place them onto the actual card itself. So let's say I presented that there, and let's say I put a specialist on there, and let's say Pete, let's say you decided to invent this because it requires the origin of language, which everybody's got access to. So yeah, you could invent this. It is a cultural idea, so you need to send a artisan. What you do is you place it on there. So you take your artisan from there and you put it on there, and at that point you then flip the card over. That has now been invented. So I presented it, as you can see from this, and Pete invented it.
So you would have put a pillar there.
I would have chosen the present action, you would have chosen the invent action.
Yeah.
And that's there.
Were there any constraints on who could go there?
Anybody. As long as they've got access to the milestone.
To the rock, okay.
That's the requirement for inventing, is that you have to have access to the milestone. But it could have been me, it could have been anybody else. Right. Now, again, once that invention is shared, we'll then see what inventing it does. Come on to that in a minute. I'm now going to talk about innovating, and the most important rule about innovating is
It's
not a chain action.
it's optional.
oh yes.
It's optional. Innovating does not need to happen. So let's have a look at innovating. 3 steps. The first thing is that you must place a citizen that corresponds to the type of idea, and you must place them on the innovating space. So again, if we just have a look at that space, which is that one. That's the innovating space. And as you can see here, it must be a different player to the one who invented it. But you don't need access to the milestone because it's already been flipped over. The milestone is gone. Yeah, musical notation has already been invented, but a different player from the one who invented it could now innovate it. So that could be me, or it could be Arthur, but it can't be Pete. And what you do is you take a specialist of the type required by the invention and you place it there. So for example, that's mine, I would put it there. And the benefit of doing that is I get to perform this as a chain action. So I can only do that if I have a chain action token available, and doing so places the chain action token there, and now I get to do that, which is present. So that's what I was saying. The actions are actually fairly short, is you basically put it on there and you do the thing. There is one step I forgot to mention. Sorry. Societies who innovate attract more people. So the benefit, as well as being able to do the chain action, is you gain an extra person to your society of the same type as you've just played. So I had to place an artisan on there to do it, but then I gain another artisan. So that's the immediate benefit of innovating, and then you get to do the chain action. Now, what happens if you didn't have a chain action token available? So let's say I'd already used my chain action on something else. I can still do this. I can still innovate it. I can still gain another specialist. I just don't get to do the chain action. And it's up to you as to whether you feel that that's efficient or not. Right. We're now going to get talking about sharing the idea. And sharing the idea is this, which looks really complicated, and it's not. It's actually quite simple. So rather than going through this iconography, I'm just actually going to explain it by showing you what's on the board. So the first thing that happens is the player who presented it, in this case me, I move my citizen or citizens if there were two of them, and I move them into that region on the board, and I gain this amount of points for each citizen that I moved. So in this,
IP points.
IP, yeah. So in this case, I gain 3 points. And that is it. I get no other benefits now. I presented it. I had the original idea. I get my points from it. That's it. The next thing is the player who invented it. So the player who invented it moves their specialist into the region. They get the card. They get the invention card, which they place to the left of their player board. Now, Arthur, you don't have space for any more than 2 inventions because they would be off camera. So I'm going to suggest that you put your remaining inventions up here and we'll move this. Right? I'm going to put my inventions above my board. Pete's the only one who's going to be playing the game properly. You are supposed to put them to the left of your board. Although, when you've got more than 6, we might need to jiggle these around a little bit.
Yeah.
There's no limit on how many inventions you can have to the left of your board. You will notice that you start with 2. So the game comes with 9 Era 1 inventions. You shuffle them, you deal 2 to each player, and that's what you start with. So before the game even starts, I've invented ceramics and pottery and star maps. Pete?
Bred and domesticated dogs.
So bread to feed to the dogs, I guess.
Yeah.
I've got cloth and projectiles.
Okay, so they're already invented. We'll come on to what's important about that later. But the player who invented it gets the invention. That is now yours.
Musical bread.
Yeah. And next is innovating. That's it. So the player who innovated it will move their specialist into here, and keeping with the theme of societies that innovate get more people, they get an extra person. So that's the bonus that they get. They get an extra person into that region on the board as their secondary bonus for innovating it. But what about the player who shared the idea? So if you were the one that actually chose to share the idea, and just so you know, you have to be part of it in order to share it. So in that case, I presented it, Pete invented it, I innovated it, Arthur can't share it. Arthur can't just rock up and say, I'm going to take all the credit for this. No. It has to be somebody who was involved in that process at some point. And in a 4-player game, that could have been, well, that could have even been you. It could have been you that innovated it, at which point any of us can share it. But anyway, the player who shared it either takes a wild aspiration tile, and that's the only way that you can get a wild aspiration tile, or more likely, you take one of the wealth tiles from the stack. So I've mentioned the wealth tiles briefly. What the wealth tiles are: A, B, C, D, E, F, and G. The A, B, C, and D ones, everything in that stack is the same. And there are 3 of them because we're playing a 3-player game. The E, F, and G ones, the tiles are actually different. And you can choose whichever one you want. You don't have to take the one on the top. And there's only 2 tiles for E, F, and G because we're playing a 3-player game. I think that's right. I know I was struggling with the setup rules earlier, so I just want to double check that I've got the number of tiles right. Yeah, so in a 3-player game, tiles E, F, and G, there are only 2 of them. And you choose 2 at random. So there are 3 different tiles for each of those. Anyway, you take the wealth tile, and what you do is you place it. So let's just go back to my thing. So, I mean, I'm going to put these here, but these wouldn't be these. These would be actual progress tiles at this point, probably. But you put it here. So it goes on here, just like the other ones. And you will be wanting to move that one to here, using something that I haven't explained yet. These wealth tiles, as I mentioned at the start, this is how you're going to get lots of points at the end of the game. So when we've started playing, maybe once you're a couple of rounds in, have your eye on a couple of the wealth tiles and think, that's what I'm going to do. For example, wealth tile D is going to give us, let's use wealth tile A. Wealth tile A is going to give you points for each economic progress tile, which is connected to that in a group, as you can see from the image there. So it doesn't have to be directly adjacent, but it has to be connected to it through a group. So if you decide from the start of the game, right, that's it, I'm going to be getting lots of economic progress tiles, which is these ones, and I'm going to take that wealth tile and I'm going to score loads and loads of points. You could do that, but then you need to think, well, how am I going to get one of those? We'll come on to that in a minute, but that's how you get them.
So I have a question. So these symbols, does it have to be that shape, or is it like for example, a line of 3?
Line of 3 would be absolutely fine, as long as there is a route back.
Yeah, so 2 on one side of it,
and 1 on the other is fine.
Oh, it's fine.
Yeah, it is fine. Yeah, as long as it's connected to it and touching it through tiles at the same time.
Right. Okay.
But yeah, wealth tiles, big points at the end of the game. They are end of game scoring points. Right, that is the entire process. There is one thing that I hadn't mentioned, and I'm just going to zoom in. I don't know if anybody in the chat mentioned this, but if they didn't, I'm going to mention it now. That the wheel is really, really hard to invent. So as well as placing a citizen here, you also have to exhaust another citizen of that type. Now, that type is the same as this type, but what exhausting a citizen means is moving them from here to here and laying them down. That exhausted citizen cannot be used for the rest of that era, but will come back.
Does that mean you can't exhaust one of these?
I was hoping you were going to ask that, because you can. So if right now I need to exhaust a thinker, and I don't have a thinker, this scholar can say, I've always wanted to be a thinker, and he goes there. And then at the end of the round, he then goes there.
Okay.
Sorry, not the end of the round, at the end of an era.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Any questions about the whole process? That's the 4 core actions of the game, pretty much covered.
No, I'm sure we'll have questions later. But
Sure you will. Right, let's put these back. What went where? I think I had... Did I have the wheel and plumbing? No, I had musical notation. Where was the wheel? The wheel was there. Right. Okay. So the next lot of actions to cover. These 6 actions here, which I think is this button. It is this button. Right. So this action, and this action all relate to the milestones. And this this action, and this action all relate to the milestones. These 3 actions all relate to the world map. So I'm going to cover these 3 actions first. And let's start with this one. Why not start with this one? So this is you recall specialists from the world back home. So you bring them back and you put them back in your home section of your board. They don't go exhausted. They come back to your board. So the 3 steps of this process are: you gain an economic aspiration, which at the end of your turn will turn into an economy tile. You then recall 1 or more people back to your board. It has to be at least 1. But how do you know what type those people are? It's determined by the card which is in that region. So if I had any people in South America, because the idea currently in South America is an economic idea, then these people come back as traders. So that's how you determine what type they are. But if I recalled them from North America, there's no card in North America. So you look at the ideas display and you look at the rightmost card from the ideas display, which in this case is the same. It's an economic idea. So they would come back as traders. So that's how you determine what type they are. So you get the economic aspiration tile, you recall 1 or more specialists from the board back, and then you get to do the chain action of one of your inventions. So the chain action, you see pink background, it's got the chain symbol, and it's got that icon, which means it's one of the inventions that you've already got, which is why you start the game with 2 inventions, and every single invention has a chain action on it. So earlier on, when I said, oh, what if there's action that you want to do, but you can't do it? So Pete, you've got invent there as a chain action. And if you couldn't select this action because you were already there, then what you could do is you could say, well, I'll do that. I'll recall some of my specialists home. And because I've got a chain action token available, I'm going to put it on there. And now I'm going to get to invent. And then that invent could then trigger other stuff, etc., etc. So that's what recalling specialist home does. Gets you the economy tile, brings the people back, and allows you to do the chain action on one of your inventions. All clear? Right. Next thing we're going to talk about is moving around the board, travelling. So when you travel, you are basically moving 1 citizen from 1 region to an adjacent region. The regions are connected together by blue lines, and you can only travel over the blue lines. But there is a blue line that goes from there to there. So you can travel from North America to Eastern Asia. So what you do is you basically move your person and you travel. That's it. But doing so gains you a cultural aspiration because you've travelled there, you've learned something new about the culture, and you get a cultural aspiration tile, which again, at the end of your turn, will turn into an actual cultural progress tile. But the other thing that travelling does is if there is a sage in the region, and all regions start off with the sage at the start of the game. So if there is a sage there, and you have a chain action token available, you've got to have both of those things, then you can place the chain action token there, you take the sage, and you get to perform that action on the knowledge tile. Now the sage that you gain goes here, next to your academy. At the end of the era, that sage will produce a scholar, which you will gain, and then the sage will go back to the board. So sages are good because they are a way of generating scholars at the end of an era.
Yeah.
But once, if you do that, and I go there and I use my chain action token and I take the sage and I do that action, it flips the tile over. So let's zoom ahead a few turns. Let's say that's been flipped over, that's been flipped over, these sages have gone, the era ends, the sages are going to go back. Now Pete comes along, comes wandering in, he puts his chain action token there, takes the sage, but now he can't do the action because the tile has been flipped over. So instead, he gains 4 points, and then you flip all of the tiles back. If you have played a very popular and highly rated Euro game,
Indeed,
you may recognise that mechanism, and Vitalac asked permission to use that mechanism for this game, and was given permission. So, now the last time I played this, 4 of those tiles were flipped over. So I competed for turn order, which we'll talk about in a minute, and then I said, I'm going first, and the first thing I did was move there and get 8 points, because I thought that was quite good. So yes, the first time it's taken, it flips over, and then the next time it's taken in that region, you get the points and flip them back. So the important thing to remember about the travel action, and this has been asked approximately 4 billion times already on the BGG and the Discord channel, is you have to have a chain action token available, and the sage needs to be there. Because the sage represents the person who's got the knowledge, but you can't get the knowledge unless you've got a chain action token, so it needs both of them. You go there, you drop that off, you take the sage. Any questions about the travel action?
No.
Excellent. Right. Next is gaining influence. So this is the gaining influence action. And let's just scroll up a little bit. There we go. Right. So the gaining influence action has a requirement. And that requirement is that you have more citizens in that region than anybody else. So you have to have, more citizens than than each of the other players.
So the first thing you do is pick a region.
Pick a region on the board, which is what that icon is, that you have more citizens in than anybody else. So for example, if press this button here, let's say I have 3, and Pete, you have 2. So you've got 2, that's fine. Even though I've got 3 and you 2 together have got 4, it's fine. I can do it. I have the majority. I have more citizens in that region than anybody else. Once you've got that, you can bring those citizens home. And the type of citizen is determined, as I explained earlier on, based on the card. And if there's no card, it's based on that card. But if we have a look at the player board,
So by those, you mean your own citizens?
Your own citizens. So these are your influence tokens. And you can see printed next to them is 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, and 5 times. These tokens get progressively more powerful, but that number is the number of citizens that you need to return home to place that token. So in this example, I am returning home 3 citizens, or a maximum of 3 citizens. So I could return home those 3 citizens and place this, or I could return home 2 citizens and place this.
Could I return 1 citizen?
No, because the minimum is 2. So it's either 2, 3, 4, or 5.
Mm-hmm.
I've never seen this done in the 4 games that I've played, because having 5 citizens in there, I think is quite tricky. But yeah, that's what that is. I'm just going to check the chat about the sage action. So the sage must be there to gain the knowledge. You can't take the sage unless you can do the chain action. Yes, I think I said that. I think I said
You did, yeah.
the sage has to be there and you have to have a chain action token available. You've got to have both. If you go there and you don't have a chain action, you cannot just go there and take the sage. I'm pretty sure that's right. So anyway, you've returned these home and you've chosen which influence marker to take, and then you place that influence marker into the region. Now, you always go on the space with the most points. So I go there, for example, I would get 4 points. You cannot have an influence token in the same region. Each player can only have an influence token in each region once. So I can't gain influence there again. Now, we haven't covered this yet, but in this setup round that I keep referring to, this token is going to start off on the board somewhere. So you are going to start the game with this token somewhere on the board. And the way that you get more tokens on the board is with this action. So let's go here, I return 3, I put that on the board. After you have placed one on the board, you then gain 1 influence, and this is the influence track, which we haven't talked about much yet. But whenever you do the gain influence action, you are going to gain 1 influence for each face-up counter that you have, each face-up influence token that you have. So I now have 2 face-up influence tokens, I gain 2 influence. That's one of the ways that you can gain influence in the game. And then as the last step of this action, if you have a chain action token available, and you want to, you can perform the action printed on an influence token. You will see it's got the chain action symbol. Doing so flips it over. It can never be flipped back, so that is a once per game thing. But the next time I put one down, I'm now only going to gain 2 influence because face down tokens don't give you influence. If I decided not to do that, then when I put this here, I get 3 influence. And then I could do that one. All make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's gaining influence.
Well, do you realise by the time you explain the 10th action,
Yes, that's fine. That's fine. Now, you want to gain influence for 2 reasons. The first reason is that it will give you access to more chain action tokens during your turn, but also end of game points. So either 1, 5, or 10, depending on where you are. And the other thing to mention about influence is it doesn't completely reset at the end of an era, but anybody who is on 0 at the end of an era gains 1. Anybody who's here loses 1, so it just loses 1. Anybody who's here loses 2.
Okay. So 2, not 2 levels, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yep. Yeah, just 2. Yeah, there's lots of conversation in the chat about the Sage thing, but I'm hoping that I got it right. Nobody has said that I got it right. Nobody's saying that David got it right, but I'm hoping I got it right. Okay, so the final bit to explain is actually the most complicated one, and that's all to do with the milestones. 2 of them are quite easy, so we'll cover them first, but the Eureka action is the most complicated one.
So which action is this?
So we're now going to cover this.
Okay.
This is send a diplomat.
Mm-hmm.
So you send any of your specialists onto any of the milestones that are in here, but you can't be on the same milestone more than once. So if I'd already removed that, I could send one to it again. Or I could send one to somebody else's, or I could send it to here. Now, sending a diplomat does 2 things. First of all, it gives you access to that milestone. If that's all you wanted, there was no point sending that there because you already have access to these and you already have access to your own. But if I needed access to mining, I could send a diplomat there. If you send a diplomat to somebody else's milestone and their milestone is from a later era than what you are in, they gain 1 influence. So here's the situation. The game is in era 3, but me and Pete, we're still in era 2. We're behind the times. But Arthur is in era 4, and that is represented by the fact that you've got that. Right? That's not exactly how it would be, but let's just say for this example, you're ahead of the times because you've moved forward. Me and Pete are still mining and copper smelting, and you're off doing crane stuff.
But I'm ahead of the times because I'm here.
Because you're
not
there.
Because of that thing. That's just
it's the same.
Yeah.
The milestone that you are in.
But if I wasn't in that milestone,
in order for that to be in 4,
yeah,
I'll explain this when we do the Eureka action. Right. If I was to go there, you would get an influence. In fact, a more realistic one is that, or even that. So you are ahead of the times with your sailing. If I want access to that sailing, you would gain an influence because I'm in era 2 and you're in era 3. Doesn't matter where the game is.
Gaining influence is moving one up.
Is
on
moving
there,
up on there.
Okay.
So if the other player, if the player's milestone is another player and it's from an era higher than you, they gain 1 influence. Right? The other benefit, so the second benefit, as well as getting access to the milestone, is you then do the action printed on the tile, which is not a chain action.
Because
It hasn't got the chain symbol. So again, if I really wanted to travel, but I couldn't travel because that was there, I could say, I'll tell you what, I'm just going to send a diplomat, send this diplomat here, Arthur gets an influence, and I get to travel. So the actual action itself is really simple. I put the thing there, you get an influence. What does that do? That gets me to travel. I now do the travel action. So every time you get to do an action that's spawned from another action, you just do it. You don't place your pillar, but you do all of the steps of that action as if you were performing it normally. Any question about sending a diplomat?
I perhaps misunderstood, but earlier I thought you'd said that if you send the diplomat to, I don't know, pick up copper or smelting or something,
Yeah.
you'd get an influence, but
Only if that milestone is from an era later than yours.
which at the start of the game,
Which can't
it will be, won't it?
No. Because we all start here. So at the start of the game, we are all technically ahead of the times.
Yeah.
We're all in
All
B.
in B. All right. Yeah. Okay. I see.
Yeah.
Right. Fine.
Right. Recalling a diplomat. Choose a milestone that has one of your diplomats on it. Bring it home as a scholar. See, it's got the scholar icon. And do the action printed on the tile. I just realised earlier on I called this the assembly. Sorry, the academy, I think. Oh no, the assembly. That's the academy. This is the assembly terminology. So both of these, sending a diplomat and calling a diplomat, are do the action on the tile when you send it and when you bring it back. But it brings them back as a scholar. Now, at this point in the game, I wanted to just mention that you have a limit on scholars. Your limit on scholars is equal to your era. Whatever era you are in, that is your limit on scholars. If you were to ever gain a scholar when you're at your limit, you don't gain them. So try and avoid that. That's really bad. Just checking the chat to make sure I've got it right. I think I have. Again, they gain influence even if Kronos' era is ahead of all players. Yes, it's based on the other player and whether they are ahead of your era. So if the game was in era 4, Arthur was in era 3 and I was in era 2 and I went on your milestone, you would gain an influence. Where this is irrelevant.
Okay.
For that particular thing. Right, the last action to explain, and this is the important one.
Unlike the other 5.
Unlike the others, you're going to ignore all of those.
Eureka.
Okay, so when you do the Eureka action, see if I get this right. You take your current private milestone and you move it into the common display. But the first time you do this, it's a B, so it goes at the top of this and it pushes everything else down. This gets slid off. In fact, we can put it here. Everything else will slide down and then that will go there, right? The second time that it happens, the next B will go on the top of that B and push everything down. But it can happen that there's already a C in here, and then I move a B into here, the B goes into the C. So you keep them in reverse alphabetical order, right? So always the lower ones at the bottom. Now, anything that gets moved off the bottom, if there was a diplomat on it, you would get it back as a scholar.
Okay.
And anything that's been moved off, everybody still has access to. So you never lose access to these. But you can't put diplomats on them and get the bonus. So what we're going to do is we just stack them up like that and then off. Once you've now got an empty slot, you then choose a new milestone from the future era for example, mathematics, put it in there, and I get a free person on it as a diplomat. Now, I can't do that again while it's still C milestones here. If I'm already on a C milestone from era 3, I can't do the Eureka action again. I would have to wait till these refresh, which happens at the end of the era.
Yep.
But then I press the right button. I have pressed the right button. Then I move my marker forward. So I've just taken mathematics. Mathematics means is era 3. So I'm going to move my marker forward to era 3. And this is the only time that this marker moves forward is when you do the Eureka action. You can choose any of the spaces. If I choose that space, I gain an influence. If I choose that space, I immediately do the invent action. If I choose that space, I immediately add a new citizen to anywhere on the world. If I choose that space, nothing happens. But at the end of an era, when we get to change turn order, I get to choose where I go in turn order. Turn order in this game does not change that often. It only changes if somebody selects that space. And then if we then play the entire game and nobody goes on there or there, turn order will never change again. But I mean, technically, every time it comes up, I get to choose. But once you've chosen to go first, you generally stay first. But let's say I was to Eureka in era 3 to there, and then Arthur was to Eureka there. Now, Arthur will get to choose where you go in turn order. I don't get a choice in it now. So the rules are, at the end of an era, when you come to change turn order, if there is at least one marker in one of the change turn order spaces, then the rightmost of those chooses where they go in turn order. So we could play an entire game where nobody chooses those spaces, at which point turn order will never change for the whole game. Scott's just reminded me about quite a rare situation where if when you do the Eureka action, your milestone is actually before all of these, it just goes straight off the board. So if all of these are C's or D's and mine's still a B,
Yep, gotcha.
then when I do it, it actually doesn't fit in here. It
Nowhere
just
to go, yeah.
it just goes straight
Yeah,
off.
all right.
Right. So that's it. That's the Eureka action. But it is really important because it's going to get you all sorts of stuff for doing it. I just remember it being really important. And the last time I played it, the player who won did the Eureka action way more than I did. Because you're only going to get 13 choices of main action in the game.
Mm.
So, yeah. Right, that is the 10 core actions done with tangents about how all of the other stuff works. So at this point, I'm going to tell you about what happens at the end of an era. So at the end of era 1, we adjust turn order, which only happens if somebody chose the Eureka action and went on here. Otherwise, it doesn't change. And then we adjust the influence. So if anybody did have 0 influence, they would gain 1. That's the only thing that can happen at the end of era 1. At the end of eras 2, 3, 4, and not 5. So at the end of eras 2, 3, and 4, we actually have a longer process to follow. The first one is change turn order, as I've mentioned. The second one is adjust influence, as I've mentioned. The next one is your exhausted specialists become unexhausted. Then you return your small pillars. You return sages and economy tokens that I haven't mentioned yet, but they're going to come back. Then we are going to put any remaining milestones that are by the side of the board, they are going to slot in. And in a 3-player game, something's going to happen with the blue players one. And then we're going to get rid of some old ideas. So when we transition from era 2 to era 3, we are leaving era 2. That means any era 2 ideas that are here, there aren't any there, will go. Just remove from the game and then you'll replenish. When we go from 3 to 4, if there were any 3s still in there, they go. And any 3s here, they go. So these ideas are always moving on and you're getting rid of them. And that's it. That's that sequence. End of the game scoring is actually really simple. There's only 3 things that score at the end of the game. The first one is you score based on where you are on the influence track that I kind of mentioned, 1, 3 or 5 points. You score for your wealth tiles that you've built, and you score for your secret objectives. So let's talk about secret objectives. There are 3 types of personal goals in the game. You've got 1 of each type chosen at random. For a full explanation of how these work, you've got your player aids. It's all in there. But I'm going to show you my cards. They're supposed to be kept secret, but it doesn't really matter. So you've got a card that looks like this, and it's got 4 regions printed on it. But it's the speech bubbles. So it's the influence tokens. So you count how many of these regions that you have an influence token in, and you will gain points accordingly based on how many you've got. So we're about to do the setup round. Your choice of which region you choose in the setup round, you might just want to choose one of those so that you're then in there. The next card is not quite for citizens in regions. It's actually for the connections between them. So my card has the regions 7, 1, 2 and 3. So if at the end of the game I have citizens in regions 7 and 1 and 2 and 3, great. I get 6 points. But let's say I had citizens in regions 7 and 3, but didn't have any in regions 1 and 2. I get no points. Because it's for the connections between them. Yeah?
Yeah. But I mean, let's say I had a kind of 1, 2, 3 and 4. So connections are between 1 and 2, 2 and 3,
and 3 and 4.
If I had these 2 connections,
nothing.
I get nothing.
Oh no! If so, in this case, if I've got citizens in 1 and 2, I've got 1 connection, so I get 1 point.
So it's pure counter connections.
Yes.
Everything doesn't have to be connected.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
And the last one is based on your inventions, but these are all different. So you need to refer to your player aid to see what you've got and make sure you understand it. So mine, for example, I don't know. Let's have a look at what mine does. I've got number 11. So that you will know secretly what I'm trying to do.
You have at least 2 inventions of each type, getting 10.
There you go. So I need 2 inventions of each type at the end of the game. And if I do that, I get 10 points. So yes, I'm not supposed to know what you've got, but if you're not sure about them, feel free to ask. And remember what I said about an hour ago, you only score 2 of these at the end of the game.
Yep.
And I've played 1 game of this where I was trying to go for all 3 and did none of them. I didn't win that game. So don't do that. That's a bad idea. Right. Now, the last thing to mention is steps 3 and step 4 of your turn. This is the part of the rules where I'm not going to explain it fully because I think you've got enough almost to be getting on with. Step 3 we've already talked about. That's exchanging these for the actual tiles. And if you want to know what the tiles do, they're all explained in your player aid, but I'll come on to them in a second. Step 4 is the process where you build those progress tiles and you move them from here onto here, which is a really important part of the game, and that's how you're going to be scoring lots of points at the end of the game. That part I will cover in more detail when somebody does it, but I'll cover the basics now. So let's pretend these are not aspiration tiles. Let's pretend these are actual progress tiles. So first of all, if you want to do it at the end of your turn in step 4, you have to pay influence. And if you've got 3 tiles, it's 1 influence. If you have 2 tiles, it's 2 influence. And if you have 1 tile, it's 3 influence. I've never seen anybody spend 3 influence to place 1 tile on the board. I'm sure you might do if it's the last thing in the game to do and you really need it. But at the start of the game, you're going to be wanting to save these up. And remember, it's not going to be these tiles, it will be the other tiles. And let's say you've managed to get 4 tiles on the board. It's free. So to build progress tiles is going to cost you no influence whatsoever. But don't get too excited, because the limit on how many tiles you can build is equal to your era number -1. And at the start of the game, everybody is in era 2. So even if I manage to have 4 tiles on here and I say, right, I'm now going to build progress, it's free, I can only build 1 of them.
But it's free to build that 1, is it?
It doesn't cost any influence to build that 1. And you can build them in any order. Remember, again, these are not going to be these tiles, they would be other tiles.
Yeah.
I could build that 1. Now, it doesn't cost any influence, but you are going to have to exhaust workers to do it. So when we get close to the point where somebody's got 2 or 3 of these tiles, we'll interrupt the game and I'll explain what you're going to need to do to place them on the board. Because that bit is a whole extra set of rules, all in itself. Right, what have I forgotten to mention?
Do you need to talk about these yet?
Let's talk about the 3 types of tiles in general use. So first of all, the white tiles. The white tiles are cultural progress tiles. Each one of these, once you've got it, once you've built it onto your board, gives you a special ability for the rest of the game. A permanent special ability, and they're all explained in here. Right? The economy tiles give you, once they are built on your board, they give you an ability that you can use by placing an economy token on it. And that economy token will only come back at the end of an era.
One of this bottom right economy token,
Yes.
not the...
Yeah, so how do you get these?
Not, yes.
Yeah, as soon as you build a tile on there, any tile on there, you've got another one. So the economy tiles are permanent abilities, but once per era. And you use them by putting the economy token on. The brown tiles are the most complicated ones. These are technology tiles, and all of them except one is at the end of step 2 of your turn, if you have done one of the actions that's printed on that tile, you may spend 1 influence and a chain action token to flip the tile over to do the other action.
Flip this tile over.
Yes, and it never flips back. So, permanent abilities, once per era, once per game. Once you've flipped it over, that's it. It still counts as a technology tile, but it is a once per game ability. So it costs you an influence, it costs you a chain action token, but it effectively gives you another way of doing an action. If you've got any questions about any of those, feel free to ask. Right, what have I forgotten? Yeah, there's lots of conversation in the chat, which is great, but hopefully I've got it right.
Simples.
So it's the late Stone Age, 3 million years ago. What are we going to do? We are going to do
Remember it well.
the setup round. So in the setup round, let me just check, make sure I got this right. Stone Age setup round. Right, so in reverse turn order, starting with the player at the bottom of the turn order track, so Arthur, you're going to go first. You will choose a region on the board that has an idea card in it. And remember, the ones with these tiles didn't get a card in setup, so one of those 5. Place 1 or 2 of your specialists on the specialist tile. Get the ability of the specialist tile, and then place your +1 influence token in that region.
So place 1 or 2 means as it requires.
As it requires,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it. That's what we do in the setup round. And then after we've done that, 2 regions that were not chosen, those cards will disappear. And as I mentioned, if you're not sure which region to go in, have a look at this objective maybe, and maybe put it in one of those.
Do I need to have the technology requirement to go in the region at this stage?
So this is actually you presenting that idea. So if you were to go in here,
Yeah.
thematically, it's saying you've got this idea and you're presenting it.
Yeah.
So correct. You do not need the milestone because the milestone is for inventing it, not presenting it.
Okay. Well, partly because it's nearest.
Yep. Less distance to reach.
And I think domestication of horses is quite
It'll
important.
never catch on.
However, it requires transport to be in play, which...
It requires transportation, slight typo on the card,
Yeah.
but only to be invented.
Right. Okay.
So
So presenting's fine.
Presenting is fine. You can choose any of these
and
five.
it requires one. Where am I seeing which worker? This one worker? Is it this?
So
one?
to invent it would require one trader.
Yeah. But I'm not inventing. I'm presenting.
You're not. Yep. But it would require one trader,
One trader. Okay.
and you will gain one influence
Sounds super.
for doing that.
Right. So traders are these.
The economy ones, yeah.
So I'll place my
So
trader.
that goes on there. You gain one influence.
Yeah.
There we go. You put your +1 influence marker on the thing. Now you don't get these 5 points. You will during the game, but not during setup. And that's it.
And what's the relevance of the chain?
Oh no, sorry. There is one more thing. You get citizen in the region. Yeah, you get a citizen in that region.
In here.
In there.
From here or
From there, yeah. So you were going to say, what's the relevance of
I've got it now. Get it.
that?
Oh yeah, the chain.
When
Right.
you do this action,
Okay, so it's not relevant now.
never.
Fine.
Pete,
Okay, so,
fermentation, the wheel, seawall, or tanned leather?
so we've already invented drink driving.
Yes.
So if I go to Australia,
It's a lovely place.
Who'd want to go there?
Australians, the tile is going
Yes.
to be. Just
So
remind me what that
this
means.
is a cultural idea.
Yes.
So you are going to need to place 2 artisans on here, which is 1 artisan and 1 scholar.
Yes.
And the benefit is that you will immediately gain a new scholar.
Would you prefer we lay these down?
No, upright is fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because the space is the right shape. Okay. Well, let's do that.
Okay.
Let's go to Australia.
Yep. So you send an artisan.
So I put that. In
Yep.
the
So
slot
that
above,
that'll go there.
and then those two.
Those 2
go in there.
go on that tile
I put an orange guy
in the region.
who's already a bit sunburnt.
And the benefit of that tile is that you gain a new scholar.
So I just get another guy and put him in here.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then finally, what am I missing? I'm missing those. Have I reset everything else on the board? I think I have. I think we're good. Yeah, so what am I going to do? Let's go for the wheel. So I'm going to put that on there, that on there. Again, 3 points. And I'm going to put, where's my thing? There's my thing. That goes there. And I get person here. So interestingly, none of us chose one of the tiles that actually gave us another action straight away. But we could have done. We chose the 3 simple ones. In fact, it's only that one, isn't it? Yeah, that's the only one with an action on it, which is to invent. So there could have been an invention happening right at the start of the game, but there wasn't. So fermentation has gone, seawall has gone, they are out of the game. And yeah, Paul said that the numbers on the regions are not part of the game. Yes, they are part of history. I did say that. They represent the immigration path of humankind. Yes, I did mention that. I did mention that earlier. Right, we're all done. Are we ready to start? So it's Era 1, which is, let me just get this right, because it's...
Late Stone Age.
No, that was the Late Stone Age. The Late Stone Age was the setup round. So Era 1 is... Oh no, it's still Era 1. Still the Stone Age. Yeah, Era 2 is the Neolithic Age. So Right, I think that was the early Stone Age. Now we're in the late Stone Age, and it is round 1 of the game, so I am now doing my turn. So the first thing I do is how many chain action tokens do I have available? I have 1. Now I'm going to place my epoch pillar. So which action which action do I want to do? Well, that's a good question, isn't it? Let's have a look at my goals again and see which of these things I might want to do at some point in future. Yeah, okay. So can't really do that at the moment. So I don't want to go there. So don't want to do that. Maybe we'll present something. Or maybe we could invent something. So I've got, what have I got? I've got one of them and one of them. So I could do with that. Yeah, I think that's going to be the plan. So I am going to choose the invent action, and I'm going to try and invent tanned leather. Tanned leather requires the milestone of stone and bone tools. Shelley's saying I should have 2 scholars and 0 IP. I think Shelley might be looking back. I now have 2 scholars. I scored 3 points because of this. So yeah, I think I'm all good. So have I got access to that milestone? I do have access to that milestone. So I gain a technology aspiration. So that goes in there. And then I have to put, it's a cultural idea, so I have to use an artisan, and I put them on there. It also requires me to exhaust an artisan. I don't have an artisan. I'm going to exhaust a scholar instead, but that is now invented. That's that. So that's it. That's step 2 of my turn done. So Pete can be starting his turn, and while he's doing his turn, I change that for an actual progress tile. And I'm not going to think too much.
So where did you get the inspiration from? I was probably concentrating on something.
There.
Okay.
I'm just going to take that one and I'm going to put it there. And now in step 4 of my turn, if I had 3 influence, I could spend 3 influence to build that. So that is my go done. Pete, your go.
So that's
It's been invented.
It's been invented
by me.
So I could innovate it.
You could. I mean, are you suggesting that my tanned leather is not good enough?
Well, some of the styles are a bit Stone Age, just to not to put too fine a point on it.
Or you could share it.
Okay.
Because it has been invented.
So I could improve it, or I could
well,
share it.
You say improve it. I just say, change it.
Okay. So the inventor gets the invention and the citizen goes to the map.
So what's going to happen? If it's shared, you're going to gain 4 points.
Yes.
That's it. You're going to gain 4 points, and those 2 will go to Australia.
Yes.
I will get the card, and that will go to Australia.
Okay.
And then whoever shared it will take either of those tiles or a wild aspiration. But trust me, I think you want to be taking the wealth tiles.
All right. Well, let's. So the first thing I do is put my big pillar down.
Big pillar.
Big pillar.
And if you put it here, I get an influence.
Yeah, I'm not going to do that. I'll put it here. Share the idea.
So once it's shared, it can't be improved. It's too late.
That's it. Too late. It's gone.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
So we're doing it. It's been shared. So yeah, those 2 go there, and you get 4 points. 2 points per citizen.
I'm winning.
I put that one there. I get the invention.
Right.
So that goes there. Nobody innovated it. So now you either take either one of those, or you get a wild aspiration.
And these are end game.
They will be end game
points.
Yeah. And they're all explained in here, but they're fairly easy. It's either 3 points for every 2, or 4 points for every 2 that are the same. I think that's the ones you've
And
got.
that's tiles that I've got in here.
No, it's inventions.
See, inventions.
Yeah.
Right. Oh, right. Okay. Okay. Well, I'm not going to overthink it. I'm just going to take this one.
Mhm.
This
And
one.
it goes there.
Okay, like that.
Yep. And again, at the end of your turn, if you had 3 influence, you could spend it to put that on here. But there's no reason for doing that.
So that's the whole of sharing done.
Mm-hmm. And that's it. See?
So
Easy game.
taking the wealth. That was the wealth
Yeah.
tile.
We did that. We did that. We did that. We did that. That's it.
Innovator gets a new citizen. No, there were no.
There were no
So
innovators.
we didn't do that.
Yeah.
Innovator gets the invention. So you.
The inventor
you
gets
that,
the card. Yeah.
And you put your citizen from the card
Correct.
onto the map.
Yep.
And my guys went to the map. Okay. Yep.
We're all good.
Yeah.
Arthur, what do you
Right.
fancy doing for the
So I'm
late
not
Stone
even
Age?
sure what's legal at the moment. So
We can't share. Right now, nothing can be shared.
because nothing has been
Nothing at the moment has been invented. So you
Yeah.
can't share. You can't innovate. You could invent the wheel.
So somebody's thought about what a good idea
You-
it would be if
yeah.
the wheel was
You
invented.
could invent domestication of the horse, or you could do any of these 6 actions.
Right. So if I'm going to do
Well, you probably can't do that one, to be fair.
it's all about inventing things at the moment, isn't it? So
Yeah.
thematically. So where's oh gosh,
That's this one. It's a
invent.
really,
Right.
really good action space. I would strongly recommend going to.
Now this was present. Was
That's
it?
present. You
So
could just present
present might-
either
present might be a
silk
better idea.
or coins.
Maybe we'll do present.
Okay.
Okay, so we will present an
Place
idea.
your
So
large
play an
pillar
idea
here.
card. From a large.
Your epoch
Pillar.
pillar goes here. So take one of your ideas, either coins or silk, and place it in a region that doesn't currently have a card.
So coins worth more VP ultimately,
Yep.
but
It's
does this require a
it's
die?
harder to invent.
All right, well let's do cotton because I'm
Silk.
silk even.
Silk.
So I place the silk.
Any
It's
of
gotta
the
go into
regions.
an empty area.
An empty region, yeah.
Okay. Does this matter? Not sure. These numbers are all upside down, which isn't very helpful. Okay, so we're gonna put it in here.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and you have to place one trader on here.
So I'm out of trader, so it has to be a wild.
Yeah. Now I'll let you do this, and then you might change your mind,
All right.
because placing it there allows you to immediately share,
And there's nothing to share.
and there's nothing to share.
So you're getting a bonus action that isn't available to you.
So did you want to choose a different region,
Yeah, maybe.
like that one?
Just let me invent something,
Lets you present.
present something. Okay. So all right. So what happens if I go here? So I go
Yeah,
here.
yeah.
This has to be a.
Has to be trader.
still.
Yeah,
Okay.
so that goes on there.
Who's on there?
And now you immediately do this, which is to present an idea.
So you've just done that, and now you're presenting another
And now
one.
you're doing this
Yeah,
twice,
yeah.
basically. Yeah.
Okay. And the only thing I have to present is this one, isn't it?
Yeah.
All right. I again have to pick a region, I presume.
You do?
Hint, not that one.
Well, not that one, but also not this one.
What is that? What one's that
Because the
not gonna
bonus
do?
of this is invent. Oh no, you could choose this one. Except you can't. So if you chose this one,
Mhm.
the only 4 cards on the board, you wouldn't be able to invent any of them because you don't have the required specialists.
Okay, which brings us to here and here.
Yes, both of those are fine. Well, except they both require 2. So you can't actually do any of them.
Right.
So you might not want to choose that.
No, probably.
But that's fine. You can choose a different one.
Right. So we won't go there.
Here or here's good.
Okay. Well, you guys. I don't know if it matters. You guys, got lots of guys there, so I'll go here. In case
Okay.
that's
So
important.
that one goes on there. In fact, it needs to be 2.
Okay.
It's going to
Two what?
Two
Traders.
traders. So for you, it's got to be 2 scholars.
Yeah.
But the bonus is you immediately get a person in a region. Now, there's no equals to sign on there. So in other words, you just put a
Yeah.
new person into any region on the board.
So there's no point going here because I've got influence out of it already.
Correct.
Sorry, I've got.
Yeah, the only reason for having multiple people, I think, generally speaking, in a space is to
Yeah.
get the majority to be able to place influence. And
Yeah.
you don't need to do that.
Right. Sorry. So I'm placing a person, am I? Is that what you said?
Shelley's saying he could have invented his own. He could have done, but he wouldn't have had. He wouldn't have been able to invent that one because you wouldn't have had any of these. You wouldn't have been able to invent that one for the same reason, and you wouldn't have been able to invent this one because it requires a thinker and another thinker, and you only have one thinker and you didn't have another scholar. Or did you have any other scholars?
No, we'll stick with what
We'll stay with that. Yeah.
Right, I've lost track of what we're doing here. So we're doing...
You are putting a person on the board.
Yeah. Right, from my supply.
From your supply onto the board.
And
Anywhere on the board.
what's the area numbers?
1.
Ooh,
That's where humanity first started.
Yeah, 1's all good. So we'll place him in here.
Yeah. Did we get this right? Because you just placed 2 specialists. Is that right? Yeah, I think that's right, because this is your first turn. So, anyway, we're fine. It's all good.
Okay. Right, now, sorry, we're doing presenting. Is that what we're doing? I lost track of what
So,
we're presenting.
You
An
presented.
idea card, send specialist, take the new idea card from the
Yeah, that's what you now do. So, at the end of your step 2,
yeah.
you now take 1 idea
Lighthouse.
and then refresh.
So does it matter the requirements for these? Oh, this is an A and these are C. So are these C's even playable at this stage?
So, everything is playable. That's just the milestone which is required to invent it.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so yeah, they're confirming you could have invented. I kind of talked you out of it because I didn't think you could, but if you're happy with that.
Yeah, we'll stick
Okay.
it. All right, well, glass, I suspect. Have we got control of fire? We haven't, we?
Yeah.
I suspect glass is more doable. So where does this go? Into
It's there.
Yeah.
All right, and then everything slides down, and then we get a new one. There you go.
And I could pick the
You
one.
could have taken the one on top of the deck. Yeah. Right.
Anything else happen?
That's it.
Right.
So that's the end of era 1. So we do an end of era. So did anybody go on a change turn order space? No. Has anybody no influence? No. We are now in era 2. So now we're actually playing the bulk of the game. So just as a reminder, eras 2, 3, 4, and 5, it's 3 rounds. The first round, you place your little pillar. Second round, you place your other little pillar. And in the third round, you will move your epoch pillar.
Yep.
And if you choose the same area where somebody's epoch pillar, they gain an influence, but only their epoch pillar. So, what we're going to do. What am I going to do? Well, I've done that. I don't have a grand master plan, but I probably should have a grand master plan. I am already short on people. I am really short on people. So that's a little bit of a problem. So I think I might need some people. Yeah. So let's do that. What have we got on the board? What have we got coming out? Yeah, I mean, all of these are just different types of people. So the problem is I'm going to have to send somebody from here to here. So actually, that's not getting me any extra people. But in the long term, I think it is. So
We start off with one of these.
yeah, so start of your turn, you get one of them.
Oh, beginning of your turn.
Beginning of your turn, you get however many you're allowed, and then technically you're supposed to put them back there, but most people forget. Right. So, yeah, I could pull my person back from the milestone. That's what I was thinking of doing. I'm just not sure if it's that efficient, but I think that's what I want to do. So I'm going to go here. I'm going to recall my diplomat. So I quite simply choose one of my milestones that has my thing on it. I get it back as a scholar, and then I get to do the action printed on the milestone, which in this case is I gain another thinker. And that's it. That is my turn done. No chain actions, no bonus actions.
Okay.
No
so
doing
if I go-
any of this.
If I go here.
Yep. Choose a region on the board where you have somebody.
move
Yep.
from there
So
to
they
there,
can move from there to there, or they can go from there to there. Where do you want them to go to?
into number 2, please.
You can't do that at the moment.
What is that?
That's innovating.
Can't innovate because
Nothing's been invented.
What would number 4 be?
Number 4 would be this action, which is recalling your specialist from the board back home
I don't want to do that.
and gaining an economy tile and getting to do the chain action,
Right, okay.
which for you is either Eureka or Invent. So that could be quite good.
Okay, well, let's do that.
Okay, so you've gone here.
Yeah.
You're going to choose the travel action.
Yeah.
One person's going to go to here. That gains you a cultural aspiration. You take one of your aspiration tiles.
Put it that way up.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then, do you have a chain action token available?
I do.
You do. So you put that chain action token next to the sage. You take the sage, which
Is
goes...
it the one I've moved from or the one I've
Sorry,
moved to?
it's here, yeah. You take the sage, and then you get to do that as a chain action, which is...
So what happens to the sage?
The sage is gone here.
Oh, I see.
That sage will give birth to a scholar
Become a scholar.
Okay.
at the end of the era.
Yep, okay.
So you now do this action. So
Action.
choose a region on the board with one or more of your specialists in, and recall one or more of your specialists from that region.
Okay, so Australia, I recall 1.
You can recall 1 or you can recall 2. Totally up to you. Now it's going to come home because there's no card here.
Yes.
It's this. It's a trader.
Okay.
So that one comes home as a trader.
Yes.
Um,
So if I'd recalled both of them, they would both have come back.
they would both have come back as
Into
traders.
here.
Yeah.
So that's good in some respects, but
Mhm.
not if my end game is to have somebody in there.
Yes. You also gain an economy aspiration. So another one of your aspiration tiles, but this time rotated to the economy side.
Okay.
And then, if you've got a chain action token available,
Which I haven't.
you haven't. But if you did have, you could have done that or that.
Right.
But that's still all right.
Okay.
So, shall we talk about building progress? So at the end of your turn,
Yeah.
you're going to swap that for a cultural tile,
Yeah.
and you're going to swap that for an economy
So I
tile.
probably want to start thinking about. I've got them in here. I
Yeah.
can look at them in there.
You can be looking at those, but you could build one. So what we're going to do is we're going to leave Pete to read through his books,
And then we'll swap back
Yeah.
to him.
and the thing that you would then do straight after that, we'll let you do at the start of your next turn.
Okay.
But you don't do that. Normally you do it as part of step 4.
Okay.
Don't forget to flip the tile in Asia. Yes, you did the action, so the action tile gets flipped over. Thank you. Right. So,
Right, well, I've got the same problem that everyone's got, which is running out of workers.
you could do the same as me. I wouldn't get any influence if you chose this action.
Anyway, so first thing I do is I calculate the number of...
You've got one chain action token. Yes.
these. Second thing I do is I choose the action, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
So what other actions have we got? We got...
Getting very warm in here, so I'm going to open the window a bit. Maybe some background noise.
Right, there's nothing to innovate still.
Nothing has been invented yet.
And if I go any of these places, I give the appropriate person.
You do.
So is there anything I could invent?
You would need 2 thinkers.
Which I've not got.
You would need 1 trader.
Which I've not got.
1 trader.
Not got.
Yeah, so nothing can be invented
Nothing.
by you at the moment.
Nothing can be invented.
Oh yeah, and Pete should take back his chain action token. There you go.
Can I just ask a question?
You can.
It says the propaganda. So one of these is the propaganda.
Can't beat a bit of propaganda.
When you gain influence, you have a discount of 1 citizen. Just
Yeah.
remind me how that works.
So the gaining influence action requires you to
Yeah.
return a number of citizens.
Yes.
Well, first of all, you need to have more than anybody else.
Yes.
That, I believe, means you only need the same as other people.
More
I
than
think.
or equal to.
Correct me in the chat if I'm wrong. But also, when you return citizens to place a token, you only need 1, 2, 3, or 4 instead of 2, 3, 4, or 5. So it allows you to place a better influence.
When it's saying that these.
Oh no, Shelley's saying you must still have majority. Okay. So you still got to have majority. It just allows you to place So if you had one in there
Yeah.
and nobody else had any, you've got the majority. You could return that one and put this out,
Right.
which normally requires you to return two.
Okay.
Yes, shush, Shelley. Don't tell him about military. Shh.
Well, when you gain influence, you automatically have a majority.
Yeah, because you got guns. You see, and we go okay.
Roads move up to 2 citizens of the same class.
So what are you thinking of doing, Arthur?
I've got bone and stone tools. I really want to have writing so that I can prove that the pen is mightier than the sword.
Yeah, I think gaining a stage ultimately will give me another worker. So I think we're doing the exploration action.
Travel, yeah.
Okay. It says here 4 and 4 explore. What's the difference between explore and travel?
So explore, I think, is a category that is
Okay.
these.
Yeah. All right. So I think we're doing the travel.
Mm-hmm.
I'd need to move a citizen to an adjacent map. So that means moving one of these two,
Yes.
basically.
Yeah.
I'm not overly attached to Area 7 anyway. So let's say I gain an aspiration tile, which is one of these things.
Yeah,
Set the
cultural.
culture, which is the
white one.
fingerprint.
Yeah.
And move
So
a
there's
citizen.
no point going here because the chain action is to share, which can't be done. Going here is invent, which can't be
get there,
done.
can I? Can't get there anyway, can I?
You could from there.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
Yeah. Going here allows you to gain influence, but you won't be able to do that. Going here is innovate, which you can't do. Going here is probably the only one.
Can't get there, can
Yeah, from here.
I? Oh, from there. And what will that give me as a chain action?
It will give you a
Person?
new person anywhere on the world.
Cool. All right. So let's do the move.
So the travel action.
And that doesn't give anyone
Nope,
anything
because it's only a little. It's only a little pill. Yeah.
Move down to here.
Yeah. You then take your chain action token,
Which is that.
put it next to here.
Here.
You get the sage.
He goes there.
You get to do this, which is a
Gain.
new person anywhere on the map.
From here.
Yep. And then that flips over.
And if I place a person, I'll get influence in the area? Or is that only measuring
No, that's the gain influence action.
it? So fundamentally, what are people on the board doing for me? Oh, it's
Potentially points at the end of the game,
Yeah.
but during the game, they are giving you the ability to gain influence in that region if you have the most. That's going to get these out, which is going to gain you actual influence, which is going to allow you to use more chain actions. And getting these out is going to help you accomplish that goal.
yeah. All right. Well, I'll go there. What? Is that the end of it?
I think so. You did that, you did that, you did
And
the
I've
chain
got a-
action, you've taken the sage. Yeah, so then at the end of your turn, you
I'm gonna
swap
replace
that
this.
aspiration tile
For a white.
for one of the white ones.
Right.
So I think Pete's already chosen his white one.
Yeah.
And you're still choosing your economy one. And I will go ahead with my turn if that's all right.
Yeah.
Let me know if you need anything. Well, I have people now. Could actually do something. Nothing's been invented yet. That's the problem. So before I take my turn, Pete, are you ready
chosen.
to ready? You've chosen, right? So here's the thing that also would have happened at the end of Pete's turn in step 4. You may spend 1 influence to be able to place 1 tile, and it's 1 tile because it's your era -1. So not the era where Kronos is; it's the era that you are in -1. So if you were to spend 1 influence, you would be able to build any one of those tiles on the board. Right. So the last bit of rules I think to explain is how all this works. First of all, to build a progress tile, it can go anywhere, doesn't have to go adjacent to anything else, but you have to exhaust workers to be able to place the tile. The workers, the base cost is 1. The base cost is 1 plus another 1 for any tile that it's next to. Those workers exhaust.
So if it was next to 3 tiles, you'd have to exhaust 4
4
workers? Okay.
And the workers you exhaust have to be of the type corresponding to the tile.
Okay, but currently there will be no adjacent tiles.
So the first one that you place on the board will cost, so if you were to place that, it will cost you 1 artisan. You have to exhaust 1 artisan to be able to place it.
Oh, right, okay. Well,
Right? You don't have any artisans, but you could use a scholar.
Is it now that I'm choosing to do this?
Yeah, the other option is that you could exhaust 1 trader,
do that.
place that. Right. Before you do that, there's bonuses on all of these spaces. You gain the bonus before paying the cost. So I say you can't place that. You could. Because if you placed it here, the bonus is gain an artisan. You then immediately exhaust that artisan in order to be able to play the tile.
Okay, well that makes sense.
So you could. And this would cost you 1 influence. So it'd cost you 1 influence to place 1 tile. As soon as you do that, you've got this tile, which means you've got that ability. You might want to wait until your next turn, because if in your next turn you're about to take another tile, then suddenly it's free.
Oh, I see.
So it's a tricky balance
And
between.
also next turn I'll be able to place 2.
No, because if you Eureka and you move your marker forward to here, then yes, you'll be able to place 2. But if you don't Eureka, you're still in era 2. So sometimes you want to build them out as soon as you can, but other times you might want to wait until it becomes cheaper.
Okay.
Discount of inventions is the thing that I missed. I knew I was going to miss. Apologies for that. Whenever you're building a progress tile, you get a discount based on the number of inventions that you have of the corresponding type. So in fact, placing that is free.
It's a discount of what?
It's a discount of 1 for each invention you have.
Discounting workers.
Thank you, Chad. I knew there would be something that I missed today.
It's a discount of workers.
Discount on exhausting of workers. The other thing that people get stuck up on is this is an influence cost to be able to build tiles. It's not per tile. Now, at the moment, you're only building 1 tile, but later on, when you're here, you pay the influence cost and you can build 3 tiles.
Okay, well I quite like the look of this one actually. So if I was to place this one here.
Yep, you straight away gain a new trader, and then you have to exhaust the trader to put it there.
I don't need a new trader because I've got 2.
You got 2, so you don't need to put it there.
I could go here.
You could go there and get another economy token.
That would give me another economy token.
Now, you can still only use each tile once per era, but
I see. Okay,
you
sorry.
could go on there, which is 1 influence. And just for completeness, this space and this space give you a discount of 2 on that tile that you placed.
And influence is spent here, is it?
Influence is it's not really spent. You've just got to have it to get the chain action tokens, and it will drop down gradually at the end of each era.
Okay, so influence is good.
Influence is good. Yeah, I don't think you ever spend influence. No, I don't think I've seen anything where you spend it.
Well, in that case, let's just do it.
Okay.
I haven't got any of these, but if I choose this one,
no, base cost of 1 minus 1
because of my dog.
Because you're a dog, you domesticated the dog.
So I could go anywhere with this because it's free for me.
You could go anywhere. There's no point going here or here because they're giving you an additional discount of 2.
Oh, right. And if I went there, that would give me another guy.
It would give you another one there. Yeah.
Okay. Let's do that because it seems like a sensible thing to do. So let's do that. I think that's my go.
So that was
the end of his go.
Your go.
It's the end of my go.
Arthur, you've taken the teleporter.
So this goes away, does it?
That goes away and is replaced by that.
The teleporter, as you call it.
And if you wanted to spend 3 influence...
Well, you aren't using the word spend. Okay, so...
Sorry, that's how you spend influence. Yes. That's what influence is for.
So you do
so I
spend
should have spent,
you
I should
spent
have
it.
spent.
You should have spent 1 influence to do that.
So why 1, not 3?
Because he had 3 tiles, so it's 1. You've only got 1 tile, so it would be 3.
Right. Okay.
And then at the end of your turn, that goes down there.
So I could theoretically play. I think if I placed it here, I'd gain an influence, giving me 3 influence.
Well, you've got to pay the influence cost first
Okay, so you
to
don't
be
get-
able. Yeah.
Anyway, all right. So what that means is I can't do it essentially yet.
Correct.
Yep.
So you did your bit. You did your bit.
Yep.
It's my go. I've just a couple of brain moments where I forgot. Oh yeah, spending influence. That's the thing. So we've now got some people. I can now do some things. I think that's what I wanted to do. So, do we do a Eureka action? Because it does move me slightly ahead of the times. We still can't innovate, but we can invent. We can totally invent something. But the reason I took that is so that I could present it. So I think that's what I want to do.
But haven't you already invented?
No, present.
Oh, so this is inventing.
That's inventing. Yeah, so I can't invent.
That's what
I was thinking about it, but you're right, I can't. So I think I'm going to present. So Arthur gains an influence,
Right.
and I'm going to choose plumbing. And I am going to place it.
Sorry, this comes back, doesn't it?
That comes back, yes. And I've got one. I'm going to place it here. So that's going to require 2 thinkers. I've got 1, 2. And the bonus is I gain a scholar. So I presented, put the things on, I got the bonus, and I'm going to replenish that with, let's take, I'm going to take the one on the top of the deck. I'm going to take the Caravel. That is my go done, and I do not want to spend 3 influence to place that on the board.
Well, sounds a bit advanced for the late Stone Age.
It is, yes, but you know, we'll get there. At some point in the future, I'm well ahead of my times.
Okay.
Pete, so chain action tokens, you have 1.
Yeah.
Right, place your final pillar onto the board. Lots of things you can invent. Loads and loads of things.
And anything I can innovate.
Nothing's been invented
Nothing's
yet.
been invented.
So nothing can be innovated, nothing can be shared.
How do I gain influence? That would be
This.
here,
You'd have to have the majority in a region.
but I've got military, so I do.
Okay? But then you would be returning those citizens in order to place one of these out. So you would need 2, 3, 4, or 5,
Which I haven't got.
which you haven't got.
So that was the only reason. Well, that would have been the only reason for placing this in that turn
Mm-hmm.
at the cost of 1 influence. Oh, okay. So it
I mean,
probably would have made more.
I'll let you just pop that back if you just wanted to pop it back on your board.
You sure?
Yeah.
Does that mean that this guy goes back to my? Because I got him, didn't I?
Yeah, you
doing
gained a guy out of
Yeah.
doing it.
Yeah.
There you go. We've undone it. That's fine.
Was that
It's a
okay?
learning game.
So this action is.
This is recalling your people back.
Don't want to do that.
Okay.
I want to get more guys on the board.
Mm-hmm.
This is the thing I've chosen because it gives me a free placing a guy on.
So
the
to
board.
get people on the board, you want to be looking for
Yeah.
that icon.
Right.
Now you can't do that But is that icon anywhere else? So is that icon here, for example? Yeah, so it's there. So that's one way of doing it. Is it here? No. Is it here? Yes. So doing the Eureka action and choosing that will get you a person on the board. Sending a diplomat here will get you somebody on the board.
Okay.
And yeah, you basically just need to look around for where that icon is. But one of them was there.
Yes.
One of them's there. And one of them is there. And I think they're the only ones that...
So this tile has got an invention. So how would you get a guy to go on there?
Present. If you present an idea here,
yes,
but you can't present because you're already in there.
Because I'm already in there.
Yeah.
Right, okay. I could go in here, but that's going to give somebody else
give me one influence.
But
But if that's what you need to do,
okay. Well, let's not hold it up any longer. Let's just do this, and I'll demonstrate because you're going to get. I'll go in here. So I'll invent something.
So I get an influence. So which of these lovely inventions, these ideas, do you want to invent?
So it's something that's already been presented. So it's something that's already on the board.
Something already on the board where you have access to the milestone. So you can't invent silk because you don't have access to cotton. You can't invent plumbing because you don't have access to copper smelting. But you could invent the wheel and you could invent the domestication of the horse.
Because transport
is here.
And the other one over there, cotton.
Cotton is here, so you haven't got that.
So I can't do cotton.
Can't do silk.
But transport.
Can't do plumbing.
Transport
is transportation. Yeah.
Transportation. Oh, they're both transportation.
Yeah. I mean, you've domesticated the dog.
Yes.
So next step up.
Dog sleds.
Horse.
So the wheel or so inventing one of those two. Okay.
Are your only options if you choose to invent.
And are there any chained actions that are going to follow on from doing that? No. Okay. Okay. Well, in that case, let's just go with here. Let's domesticate the horse.
Right. So do you have access to transportation? Yes. You gain a technology aspiration.
Okay. One of these.
Yeah. So brown side up. You have to place one trader on there.
That's one of these.
Yep.
Yep.
And then you flip the card over. That's it. Domestication of the horse. It's as easy as that.
And what does this mean? Does a chained action to move?
No, yeah, but that's on.
That's for whoever innovates it.
Oh, I see. Okay. So do I now get to do this?
So now, in step 3 of your turn, you get to swap that.
So now I get
for one of
Now I
those.
need to look at these.
And now you can place one of those tiles at no influence cost.
So walk me through the no influence cost here.
Because
He's got 4 things. Okay,
there's
so
no
for that
cost.
reason, so no, and no other,
Mhm.
there is no cost. Okay.
And you could place the brown one for free because it would be base cost of 1, discount of 1. You could place the white one for free, base cost of 1, discount of 1. I haven't mentioned the wealth tiles yet. I haven't mentioned how much they cost to place.
And he's limited to placing 1, or you can do all 4?
Limited placing 1 because he's currently in era 2.
Okay. Yeah.
And it's your era minus 1.
Yep.
Is how many you can place.
And sharing an invention. There was one thing that you couldn't do you couldn't do something if you were not on that space.
You can't share it if you weren't involved in it.
Right.
That's what you're thinking.
And there's also something that you can do, but not if you had a.
You can't innovate something that you invented.
Right. So you can't improve your own invention.
No.
And you can't share if you weren't involved in it in
Correct.
some way. Okay. So I invented that, so I can't innovate it.
Correct. I could innovate it, or
But I
Arthur
could
could
share
innovate it.
I could share it.
You could share it.
Okay.
So again, we'll let Pete do his thing while Arthur takes his turn, and then we'll come back to
All right.
what you're doing in a minute.
So remind me what I cannot do.
You cannot do any of these or any of these.
So it's because I've got a pillar.
Because you
of
have a
any
pillar
type in a
in
row.
that forum.
So I can
Yeah.
only do those 3 options.
That one, that one, that one, that one, that one, or that one.
But I think I'm sort of inclining towards here. So what are these 2?
So this is invent and this is innovate.
Okay, so innovate is what I was thinking.
Okay, so you've got one chain action token available.
Innovate notionally.
Innovate. So choose something that's been invented.
So let's say I want to innovate
It's the only thing that can be innovated.
this thing.
Yep.
Now,
So
what do I need to
It's an
do?
economy.
I haven't got an economy.
Yes, you can't do that one.
Right. So
And that's the only thing that can be. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Right, so I can't innovate.
You could invent.
Can I invent?
No. Yes.
Invent?
No, because you'd need access to copper smelting. So no, you can't invent either.
All right. And I can't present because I'm in the wrong row. I'm in the row already.
Can't present?
Which is a bit of a shame because I think I could legally do that. All right, so I'm looking at other options.
I mean, again, if you really wanted to present, there's one here. If you really wanted to Eureka, there's one here. If you really needed a scholar,
Which is the sender diplomat.
which is the sender diplomat action.
All right, so what actions are we boiling down to? So these
So
two.
call your specialists,
Yeah.
bring them back home, gain influence, which you could do here by returning those two and putting that on the board.
Okay.
So that's an option.
Yeah.
Eureka,
Can I
which
do
is
that? Because I'm in that row.
only you can do that. So we've done that one. Did we mention this one?
Not sure.
No. So call your specialists back home,
Okay, mention-
but it gets you a chain action from one of your ideas, which is either innovate or
So these are my ideas, right?
inventions. It's the flag. That looks like send a diplomat,
Yeah.
and then send a diplomat, or send a diplomat or recall a diplomat.
Damn it. Okay, so sending a diplomat is being increasingly attractive. All right. So which one of these was send a diplomat?
This is send a diplomat.
Right. So send a diplomat. Is that what the action's actually called?
I think so.
Send diplomat. Send a specialist to a milestone.
Yeah. So one of your current specialists goes to a milestone, and then you do the thing printed on the milestone.
Yeah. And if it belongs to an opponent whose society is more advanced, they gain an influence.
Yeah.
So if I send it to copper smelting,
Yep.
what would that? How would that work? Out?
So you would go there.
Yeah.
You would send one of those two to here.
Does it matter which type?
Yes, but no, but yes. It doesn't matter which one you send,
Okay.
but it's important
Yeah.
which one you want. So, for example, if you wanted to invent the wheel, you need two thinkers. You've only got one thinker. So if you used your artisan to go here, the bonus is you get a new thinker. Now you've got two thinkers. So if you wanted to invent this,
Let's say I want to invent this.
you would need a trader. So you don't want to go here.
No.
That's getting you a thinker.
Right. So that would get me a trader. It would give.
No, wouldn't get, because you're in B and that's from B.
Oh, okay.
So you could go there,
Yeah.
get a trader.
Do you know what I mean?
Yep.
So I'm sending one of these guys, am I?
Yes.
These cog people.
Thinker. There he goes on there. And then you gain a new trader.
In a trader from here.
That's it.
Okay.
That is that action.
That was the milestone action which I have taken. All right. Cool.
Right.
Right, so let's
Back to Pete's go.
back to my go. So what these do is essentially allow me to take two actions.
As long as you've got a chain action token available at the end of your turn,
Yeah.
you get to use it to do another action.
So if I've taken one, so I take a. There are several to choose from,
Mm-hmm.
and each of them allows you to double up. So if you do one, you can do the other one as well.
And vice versa.
So presumably that's good. If I'm blocked out of
Yeah.
doing these, I can use that to get me back in, so I can do one of these again.
Correct. It's another way of doing it.
Yeah. So, but not if they're both blocked out. Then you just have to sit on it and wait, presumably until the time comes to do it. But when you put it on the board, is that when you have to action it?
No,
Or can
no,
it go on the
it sits there for the until you use it.
And then you flip it when it's the right time, when the time comes.
Yeah.
Ah, got it. In which case, which remind me, which again, I know I've just asked you this and you just answered it. The action that lets me put more guys onto the board.
Well, it's not an action as such.
It's something that happens when you do
it's an
something
effect.
else. It's an effect.
It's
That's movement. That's travelling, but
No,
not travelling.
No, that's going around
That's
the board.
add a person to somewhere on the board. Travelling is this. Travelling is an action
So it's the guy next to the world, not the world
with the plus symbol.
Right. Okay. So if my concern at the moment is to get more guys on the board. So
I mean, remember, every time an idea gets shared,
yeah,
all of the people from that thing go on the board. But we've only had one thing shared.
Blue sharing.
what's this one called again?
Call specialists. Bring them back home.
Oh, so you're taking them off the board.
Yes.
That's probably why I've got fewer, because I've done that,
You have done that.
which is why
You only took one back.
You've got
But-
few. I've only got 2 guys total.
let's
I'm just
not
into an era now.
let's
so-
not do that. Let's just take this one, which is invent
Oh, no, it's not
and
the
share an
individual.
invention.
Okay.
So at some stage, if I invent or share an invention, I can do the other one as
Correct.
well. So I'm swapping that for that.
Yep. And then, at no influence cost, you can place one of those tiles.
So that's good, and that's good. So I think I'm going to place this
Yeah,
one.
that's the one you want to place because you want to use it before the end of the era.
Yeah. Because I'm going to get that back if I use it.
Yeah.
So I place it.
Wherever you want.
Let's place it here,
Okay.
which gets me.
That gets you the
one of
artisan.
these.
And you have to pay for that. You have to exhaust one trader and you don't get a discount. Yeah, so that trader gets exhausted. So and that was it.
I did get. I don't get a discount with dogs. My dog should have meant that I didn't pay him. I would have. Sorry, I'm confused.
So you've just placed an economy tile.
Yes.
The base cost of placing an economy tile is one trader.
Yes.
So you get a discount for each economy invention you have. You have no economy
Oh, I
inventions.
see. So if I'd placed that one, I would have
It would
got
have
a
been free.
discount for the dog.
But
Okay.
you
right.
want to place that one
Yeah.
because now on your next turn you can put that marker on there and you get a person on the world.
Yeah. Got it. Okay. And that doesn't cost me anything else.
That didn't cost you any influence
And I can only place one tile
because
because
it's era 2.
it's
You're in era
one
2.
is one. Yeah.
So your tiles slide down,
Yeah.
and then Arthur, you've already had your
I
go.
think so, yeah.
Yes.
Sure go.
So we're now in the last round of era 2, and we're now moving the pillar. But my recommendation is don't pick it up and then work out where to go because you'll forget where it was. So
Yeah.
I can only go on one of these 4 spaces, and
Is there a cost to going on the space that's already got 2 pillars?
I think I'm going to go here. So I'm going to do the Eureka action. So I am going to choose sailing. So basically what's going to happen is this gets slotted in here. If there was a diplomat on it, that diplomat would go with it. I then take this one. I'm going to put it in here. And that immediately gains me a free diplomat. And then what I do is I advance this to any of these spaces.
So why is it being advanced?
Because that's what.
That does.
So the position of this always matches the milestone that you are on. So you can always tell what era I'm in, either from there or by looking at my milestone. Both of those will match all the time. Now, I'm tempted to get somebody else on the board as well. But I'm also tempted to innovate that their horse. I should have one chain action token available. No, I'm going to go here and I'm going to gain an extra person and I'm going to put them on the board.
You've just Eureka'd.
I've just Eureka'd.
Amy wants that to be said in block capitals each time.
Yes.
That was a comment she
Eureka!
said earlier. So you put your private milestone to the public display.
I did.
You did that. So that's why that one's there.
Yep.
You took a new one.
I did.
You chose.
I chose sailing.
You went sailing because you've got a caravel to do it with.
Yep.
And then you advanced your era token.
I did.
And got the
I got the bonus,
which was to get an extra guy
On the board.
On the board.
and that's me done. So, what was the tip? Get one of these every turn. I've had 4 turns, and I've got one of them. So I'm there. Again, I refer back to my comment that I'm focusing on the teach
How
and
many features?
trying to run the stream and help you two play. Pete,
So I'm now moving.
you are now moving this.
purple thing.
You can't move the purple one. That's mine.
No, the orange one. The orange pillar.
Yeah.
Pillar is the word I was looking for. It came out as purple for some reason. So I'm moving it. I can't innovate my own
That's gain influence.
clauses. Sorry. Oh, gain influence. That's it. That's innovate.
That's innovate. Yeah.
I can't. So I could gain influence.
Except you don't have a region on the board where you have majority. Well, you do have a region on the board where you have majority, but you don't have 2 tiles, so you wouldn't be able to place that.
Right.
So I'd forget that one.
Just remind me what placing this does.
Gains you influence and
Right.
helps you achieve your personal objective for having influence tokens
places.
in the regions.
Oh, I see. Right. I thought those were. Oh, never mind. Okay. So that.
You're currently in region 3. And points. When you put these on the board, you get the points depicted.
Right. Light bulbs are coming on. Okay.
No, the light bulb action is here. That's a separate thing.
Okay. Let's go.
And then you've got the diplomat actions.
Let's go here.
Yep. So choose a region on the board where you have 1 or more citizens. Bring them home.
This one.
Okay. So he comes home. What is he?
What do you mean? What is he?
What type is he?
How do I tell? Is it? It's from there, is it?
He's from there.
Oh, so he's one of these.
No, he's never a scholar. It's the card that's connected to the region.
So he's one
He's
of
a
these.
trader.
He's
Yep.
a trader. So he comes in here.
Comes in here as a trader. You gain an economy aspiration.
Okay. Oh, that's
Yep.
one of these. So I put that there.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And you get to do the chain action of one of your inventions.
Chain action of one of my inventions.
Don't forget to use that as well.
Right.
So actually, you could have done this because you could have done that first, put an extra person on the board
And then brought
if you wanted to, but I think you're fine doing what you're doing.
Okay.
You still want to do that.
I will do
So
that.
you put that token on there. You might as well do that now. It's free
Put that there.
and get a new person anywhere in the world.
Let's have him here.
Okay. So meanwhile, back to here. If you've got a chain action token available,
Yes.
put it on one of your inventions.
Where am I?
Here.
Okay. That would
So that's invent, which sure you can do. I am pretty sure you can.
and that is Eureka.
That is Eureka.
And Eureka would let
You
me.
could definitely do that.
So I've already done some inventing this turn, but this would give me an extra invent.
Yep.
And then that would flip, which means that I couldn't
No,
invent.
no. That never flips.
Right. Okay. Something does.
Yeah. Inventing, that's the invent action.
Oh, I see. Right.
So you could invent the wheel.
Something that's already been.
You could invent. Nope. No. So you could invent the wheel.
Yeah. Go on. Let's invent the wheel.
So what have you chosen to do? Where are we?
Here.
You're here. You're calling the specialist. You bring
Yeah.
them back home, and you're putting that on there, and you're now doing the invent action. So choose the wheel. Have you got access to transportation? You do. Now, inventing is
horses
going to
as well.
get you one of these.
Right.
So there is a rule that anytime you gain an aspiration tile, if you're full, you do take the aspiration tile, and then just before step 3 of your turn, you choose which aspiration tile to keep. So, in other words, you gain a technology aspiration tile. So gain one of your tiles, rotate it to the brown side, and just
Okay.
pop it nearby.
Okay.
Yep. And then just before step 3 of your turn, you choose which one of those 2 you want to keep.
Oh, I see. So I'm throwing extras overboard because
Yeah.
I've got too many. That's a bit wasteful.
It is, but it's a learning
All
game.
right. Oh, okay. Go with it. All right. Well.
So you're inventing, you've got
Yeah.
access to that, you've done that. What are you inventing? I think we've worked out the only one you can invent is the
It's
wheel. So it requires 1 thinker
yes.
and to exhaust another thinker.
So that will be a scholar.
Yeah.
So I'll put him down there and
Yep.
him
So
on
that
there.
goes on there.
Yep.
And then you flip the card over and the wheel has been invented.
Brah.
Okay.
And then that's it.
And then I can do this.
And then, at the end of your turn, choose which one of those 2 to keep and then swap it. So, in other words, discard them and take either a brown one or a green one.
Okay.
And then you can build one of them.
It's not going to cost me any influence. It will only cost me the.
Was a cost for as a trader cost or something, or a
Yeah. Again, we'll do Arthur's turn,
Okay, yeah.
and then when you're ready to build, we'll come back to you. So, Arthur,
yeah. So I'm inclined to go here.
Yep. Innovate.
I might as well put here. We've already established whether it's illegal or not.
What do you want to innovate?
I want to innovate
Domestication of the horse?
Horses.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, in order to innovate, I need to send a specialist matching the invention. The invention is.
Yeah,
Where's the
it's an
symbol?
economy. It's in the top left.
Yeah. So I've got an economy.
You got a trader, so you send a trader there,
So I would gain a specialist, and then I can perform a chain action from the invention, which is
which is travel.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Okay. So that all sounds very legal.
Yep.
Let's do that. Let's go.
So you go there. So you must place the
specialist.
trader onto there.
Trader onto here.
Yeah. The bonus of doing that is you gain a new trader,
Gain a trader, which presumably goes here,
and then if you've got a chain action token available,
which I
which you do, you place the chain action token there, and you do the travel action.
Two travel actions.
So the travel action, where do you want to go to?
Travel. Gain an aspiration tile set to
Yeah, so you gain a cultural aspiration.
Move a citizen to an adjacent map region if a sage is there. So, I
So,
can move one of these
This
guys.
is slightly inefficient because you now don't have another chain action token available. So you can travel and you can gain the culture,
Mhm.
but you can't use the sage.
I can't gain the sage.
You need the chain action token to be able to take the sage.
Annoying. So, in a way, it'd be better to move to an area that's not got a sage because the sage is not
Yeah.
wasted. Sort of. Where is that? Number 3. Or I could go to numbers. Oh, that's got a sage. Okay, so the only area I can get to. Oh, this area's not got a sage. Oh, well, okay. Yeah, all right. Sake of argument, we'll go here.
And you've gained the culture for going there.
I have gained it, or
You did. You gained the cultural aspiration.
all right.
So I think your turn is
non-event now. Okay.
over.
Yeah.
Which means you swap that tile for a white one.
Okay.
And while you're doing that, Pete, did you want to build?
Well, I could build this one.
Where do you want to put it?
If I put it here, then I get that.
You will.
And it's going to cost me.
1 with no discount. Not one of those. It's a economy tile, so it has to be that.
No discount, but I do get that.
Yes. Now, you're currently in step 4 of your turn.
Yeah.
Most of these economy tiles can only be used in step 1 and 2. Some of them can be used in steps 3 and 4. That one is used in step 3.
So I can't use
So you can't use that this era. Yeah, that one is specifically step 3.
Now, when I build a second one of this type, does
That's
it cost me extra?
Nope, it's only if it's adjacent.
Right, it's adjacency. So if I built one there,
It's going to cost 3.
I'll have to pay 2 extras. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. But then the more inventions you've got, the more discount you get.
Sure.
Right, so you did your thing. Have you swapped your...
So taking this one.
Yeah. Now, did you want to spend 2 influence to build one of those tiles? Or are you...
Maybe. I could build this teleporting thing, or I could gain this propaganda discount of a worker for some reason. So discounts.
It's the discount for this action. It means you have to return a fewer people to be able to place these influence tokens out.
Yeah, okay. So let's say, well, I might as well do it. It's a learning game.
So it costs you 2 influence.
2 influence.
And you can place 1 tile.
There's 1 tile.
That tile has a base cost of 1, but you've got a discount of 1 because you've invented cloth, which is a cultural idea. Cultural invention.
So it will cost me none?
Costs you nothing.
Right, so this will give me these, but I'm
Yeah, you don't
not
need
going to be able to
those.
use that. So
Yeah.
as far as I understand it, this will give me people, which is good. People.
Take a scholar. You're about to get another scholar for the end of era. So that's fine. You're not at your limit.
These are scholars?
They're scholars, yeah.
And the sages,
Sages are
Turn
going to
into-
generate scholars.
they
Yeah.
turn into scholars at the end of the year.
Okay, so I'll have a scholar. Hurrah.
Okay.
Mhm.
And that didn't cost you anything.
Yeah. Okay.
And
Well,
that is it.
influence, which was hideous.
So we are at the end of era 2. So first of all, change turn order. Nobody's on a change turn order space. So that doesn't happen. Adjust influence. Nobody's outside of that section, so that doesn't happen. All exhausted specialists become unexhausted.
And this comes back.
Yeah, chain action token should come back at the end of your turn. Pillars come back, so small pillars.
Okay.
Sages. So for each sage that you have, you gain a scholar.
To the sage,
And the sage goes back on the board in the sage space.
where he came from.
Doesn't matter. They're all the same. Economy tokens that have been used, return.
For economy tokens?
That.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, right. Milestones. So I mentioned that in a 3-player game, something special happens at the change of era. What that is the blue player who lives over on a little island on their own.
Busy farming.
He's busy doing something. So what happens is, let me just make sure I get this right. If there are any milestone tiles remaining in the Eureka display, there are. So agriculture goes into here, sliding these down, comes out. And then we're going to take that one and we're going to put it in there. That's it. Right.
Then we get new.
Yeah, well, that happens first. And then what we do is this is going to go into the common display. So the blue player is another society that just isn't in this game. But this has been invented by some other civilization that none of us know really about. They've invented iron. And iron goes in here. So this is where we now have a milestone from Era C in the common display. Because they have shared that milestone with the rest of the world. So move all milestone tiles remaining in the Eureka display into the common knowledge display. There you go. Right. And now we get the milestones from D. So we've got the crane, paper, and Greek fire.
Paper and Greek fire, dangerous
That'll
combination.
go together well. Right. Now we look at the display. Are there any Era 2 ideas? No. Has anybody got any Era 2 ideas? Yep.
Yes.
So that goes. So that's gone from the game. Pete, have a new one.
Okay.
Aren't these both gone?
They're not Era 2, they're Era 3. We're going from 2
I was
into
looking at the
3.
A's and B's. Okay.
So the letter is indicating where the
Where that
milestone
thing
is from.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can I have the middle one, please, Arthur?
Steel.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, since iron is there,
That's why I chose it, because
it can be invented. Anybody can invent it. Right. We are done. We are now into Era 3. So my objective now is to try and get some of these progress tiles, because apparently they're good. Now, how to get them? Right. Can I? Oh, that's been invented. That's already been innovated upon. Oh, there's all sorts of things going on now. Now, I've got one chain action token. Now, I thought about doing that, but now I'm thinking of not doing that. Now I'm thinking of doing something slightly different. Yeah, so we could share. No, that's not been invented yet. So copper smelting is here, so anybody can do that now. Right. Oh, yeah, I'm running really thin on people, but I think this might work. I'm going to go through the motions and we'll see what happens. I'm going to present the idea of a caravel to South America. I think. So I've put that there. To do that, I have to place one trader on here, and then immediately I get to invent. And I could immediately invent this if I had the right people. I don't. So I'm now going to do the invent action, and we're going to invent plumbing, which requires copper smelting, which we all have access to. And it requires me to place a thinker. I don't have any thinkers, but I do have a scholar. So that goes there. Inventing gets me a technological aspiration. A second one. There you go, Vittel. I've got a second one. Robin is asking, could the orange player have spent his economy token to get a green or white tile? No, because that economy tile is only used in step 3 of your turn, and Pete, you build them in step 4. So by the time it was built, he couldn't use it.
Yeah, it's advancement, which allows you to gain an economy or a culture progress tile, but only in step 3.
Yeah.
And we'd already gone beyond that.
So I've done that, I've done that, I've done that, I've done that, and then that is it. That is the end of my turn. I'm going to swap this for a brown tile, but I'm not going to build it. So go ahead.
So if I place, I won't do that for now. What I will do is I'll put my orange column here. So I'm going to share. I'm going to share this one.
So you've gone here. So sharing.
Sharing.
So the player who presented it.
The idea owner.
Yep.
So that's you.
Yep.
That's Arthur.
You move that into the region, and you get the points depicted on the invention for each specialist just moved. Each citizen just moved.
So 1.
2 points.
The inventor,
2 points.
which was me.
Yep. So that goes into the region. You get the card.
I get the card, which goes here.
Which goes there.
Got dogs and horses.
The innovator moves that into here and gets an extra one.
An extra one, what?
An extra person.
In there.
In there.
From here.
Yep. And then the player who shared it either takes one of the wealth tiles or a wild aspiration.
Wild aspiration. I'm not.
You want to take the wealth tile because I can see what you're doing. They're all the same. If the letter is A, B, C, or D, they're all the same.
3 times. So is that 3 times the number of these tiles that I've got on the board?
That are connected to that tile. And since you are taking economy tiles,
yeah,
that's the one you want.
They're all the same though.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
A, B, C, and D, they're all the same.
Oh, right. You did say. Yeah. Apologies. Right. Okay.
Okay.
So that's gone there. Now, is this the point where I get to put it on the board?
Well, where are we? Your action was that. You've done all of that. Yeah, so step 3 of your turn.
Yeah.
Do you want to do anything in step 3 of your turn?
Oh, I think I might do.
You sure?
Might do that.
You can't. Because you're at your limit.
Oh, so that was the point when I would have wanted.
But you've still got time. You've got the whole era to do it in. So you're fine.
So I could do that.
You could do that. Do that. You should have done that in step like 1 or 2. Yeah.
Okay.
Pop another person on the board.
Stick another
Any way you want.
on the board. Let's go for here.
Right, so the final rule to explain, building wealth tiles. We've not talked about these.
Okay.
So the differences are, the base cost is 2.
Up to what?
Specialists. You have to exhaust 2
The
specialists.
correct type.
Nope.
Any,
Plus 1 for every adjacent tile. But they can be of any types or type or types, because wealth tiles are not a specific type. But you don't get any discount because they are not a specific type. So wealth tiles are more expensive to build.
so he places there is going to cost him 4 exhausted workers, yeah?
Correct. If you place it there, it will cost you 1. You get a discount of 2 for that
Place
space.
it there.
Place it there will cost you 2 because it's not adjacent to anything. But remember, you need it to be adjacent to things for it to score
Well,
Okay.
he needs it to be connected.
at the end of the game. Connected,
Connected.
yes.
Okay.
So right now, there or there is a good space. You don't want to put it there because that gets you a scholar. You currently don't have a scholar. You don't have capacity for another scholar. There's good. There's good.
All right, let's do that.
So you gain the influence.
Yeah.
But then you now have to exhaust 4 specialists.
Okay, well let's lose these 2. And these 2 because scholars are wildcards.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
So that's it. That is right now 6 points for you at the end of the game. And you
Okay.
want to get more economy tiles touching that.
Sure.
Now, you didn't have to place that. You could have placed any one of your tiles if you wanted to keep your workers, because it is still early in the era.
That's true. Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's fine. We're just
sorry.
going through it.
Yeah. Okay.
But you only need to place that by the end of the game.
By the end of the game. So possibly
So just leave that space free at the end of the game for that one.
this might be a
That's
better
free.
one to go for.
Yeah.
Or that one because that.
And you're
allows me
still
to
only
double it.
placing 1 tile because you're in era 2.
Yeah. So let's do this. Let's put that one, which I get for free.
You do.
Well, I get a discount of 1.
You get a discount of 1, so the base cost is 0.
I've got dogs.
But you might not want to put it there. Well, it's up to you. You need to be planning where this is going to go.
Oh, I see. Of course. Let's go.
I mean,
here.
you don't have to put it adjacent to anything.
That would get me
That
another
would get you another trader.
guy and one of these
Yeah.
guys. And guys are good.
People are good. Yes, you are limited. You do have a limit of 30, I think it is.
Yeah. All right. Let's do that. Let's do that. I'll go there. So I don't pay for.
Nope, and you get a new trader.
I get a new trader
And then all your tiles slide along.
and all my tiles like
Yeah.
Okay.
So at the moment, you're now probably thinking, oh, I wish I could have placed 2 tiles. So this is where the drive to do the Eureka action comes, because you want to be placing more than 1 tile a turn.
Okay. But also, next turn I can put this token on here.
You can.
And get another tile here, which
Yeah.
means that I can be doing more. Yeah.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah. Okay. Got it. Wow, there's a lot to take on board.
It's a Lacerda game, yeah.
By the end of the game, one may have taken on.
Yeah.
Right, it's my go. So I'm thinking I was going to do that, but that's been done. So I was thinking maybe I should invent silk, which I've been trying to do for a while.
Yeah. You're the only person that can do it.
Invent is
here.
Is there? Oh, so I can't do that
No.
because
Well, not unless you find another way of doing that action. For example, there.
that would be a unique
Or
action.
there. Or... Yeah. So you could send a diplomat there and do the invent action.
Oh, it's a diplomat action. Okay.
Yeah.
Go on then, why not? So I'll send a diplomat.
So choose a specialist.
Where is this? Where is this? Send diplomat. Send a specialist to a milestone tile as a diplomat. So one of these things this is wild anyway, yeah?
Yeah.
The traders have reducing it would be more useful. Well, that's coincidental.
Okay, so you send an artisan over there and you
Yeah.
get to do that.
Which is
Yeah. You want one chain action token available for this turn. So that is the invent action.
Right.
So what would you like to invent? Silk?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have access to cotton? Yes, you do. Gain a technological aspiration.
Is that the cog?
Yep. Okay, so you're going to have to send a trader to that
Which I've got.
which you've got. So that goes on there. And you flip the card over. And that's it.
Okay.
It's been invented. And then you swap your aspiration tile for a technological progress tile,
Which is brown.
which is brown one.
Right, I need to check what's available. Check a while.
Matt is saying, can't anybody invent silk? You're in era 3, cotton is era 2. That's a good point. That is a rule that I didn't mention. So apologies for that. There is something that I forgot to mention in the teach. Or did I mention it? I can't remember. If there is a milestone in here from an era earlier than the current one, then everybody has access to
You
it.
did say that.
Did I?
Yes, you did.
Okay. I can't remember. So,
did.
in
I
fact,
remember you saying
because cotton is era 2 and mining is era 2 and we are in era 3,
Those are now common.
those are, they're not common, but everybody has access to them.
Okay.
Okay, so that does not invalidate the move?
No, no, no.
Okay.
But I said only you could invent silk.
You
That
did
was
that.
wrong. Anybody could invent silk. Thank you, Matt. And Chuck says I did point it out, but I'd forgotten that I pointed it out. Because it is a rule that I have forgotten before. Right, my go.
Yeah.
My second pillar. So I want to be innovating and I want to be sharing. I think. I mean, innovating is cool because innovating gets people. And I could innovate the wheel, and that would get me to do that. I've only got one person. What? Okay, well, maybe we won't do that then. Maybe we'll be sharing. I can't share. So I'm in the same position. I want to share, but can't. But I can.
How do you activate that tile?
That's exactly what I'm about to do.
Right.
So I'm going to travel. I am going to gain a cultural aspiration because we are going to travel from North America to South America and we're going to learn all about the Day of the Dead. So I've travelled, I've gained a cultural aspiration, and because I have a chain action token available and the sage is there, I place that on there, I get the sage, and I get to do that as a chain action, which is to share. So we're going to share plumbing. It's been invented. I had the idea. I invented it, and now I'm going to share it. It's all me. So I move these two into the region, and I gain 4 points. That moves into the region, and I get the card. Nobody innovated it, and then I'm going to take this because that ties in very nicely. Right, what did I do? I've forgotten. I travelled. Yeah, I travelled, and I did that, and that got me the sage, and I flipped that over, and I used my chain action token. Right, I'm now going to swap that at the end of my turn for a white tile. You can be taking your turn if you want, Pete, but I'm going to do my, because I'm going to build.
Okay.
So I'm going to take one of these, and then I'm going to build. Which is the propaganda one? That one, tile number 4. Okay, so can't travel, already in that row of actions. Oh, of course. Well spotted. Oh, sorry. Fundamental rule of the game. Completely missed that. Right, so we need to undo that. So I'll flip that back. Put the sage back. Put that. Oh dear, what are we going to have to undo here? All of this stuff. Apologies. 4 points. Cultural tile, cultural aspiration. Right, okay. I've undone it. So I think I can still do it. Yeah. I think I've just worked out how I can just do it. So we'll do it all again. I'll do that. I will recall this diplomat who comes back as a scholar, and that gets me to travel. So we're all good. I can just do it that way. So let's go through it again. I travel. I gain the cultural aspiration, which I'm going to swap for that one. I use the chain action token to gain the sage. Think we're good? Yeah. Think we're good. Flip that over to share. Share that. Move them. Get 4 points. Move that to there. Flip that. Take that. Put it there. Right. Am I good? Yes. Call diplomat. Yes. Done it. Okay. Right. And then at the end of my turn, I'm going to probably build one of these because, yeah, I'm going to get discounts and I'm going to get stuff. So let's do that. Let's get this out. I think I'm going to put it there. Doesn't cost me anything because I've got that and I gain a new scholar. Got a headache. Right. And for those who are wondering why I'm not looking at the chat, it's quite hard teaching a game, playing a game, and looking at the chat. So thank you very much for pointing it out, and I will spot it eventually.
Yeah, this is probably the crunchiest game I've ever played.
Yeah, it's also when you're doing a turn and when you're going through everything.
Yeah,
you've got to maintain that train of thought, and then you look at the chat and find out the last 5 minutes has all been wrong. But thankfully, I was able to undo it. But I think we're all good.
So
I think we're all good.
I should have got that back, or get that back at the beginning.
Yeah, start of your turn. You basically, how many tokens have I got this turn? What? And I should take that back at the.
And also, I've only got one of these, so I can activate it with that, and I might as well do
in
it.
step 3.
In step 3.
In step 3. So you're currently in step 2, and you are placing your second pillar. So we're actually here, aren't we? Yeah. Cool. If I ever did a live stream without any chat, it would be interesting to see how many mistakes. If I did a live stream of a complex game and turned off the live chat, just to see how many mistakes I made, there would be a lot. Although I'd have probably spotted that about 10 minutes later.
So if I did movement and moved this guy into here.
Yep. You'd use your chain action token to take the sage and do that action.
Which is to innovate, which is to improve on...
That's gain influence.
Gain influence.
Which you can't do, because you'd need 2 in an area. Oh no, you'd have 2 in that area. So you could.
Okay, let's do it.
Yeah. So you travel.
Oh, you
gain a cultural aspiration.
So that's a tile.
It's a tile set to white.
Oh. And I'm going to get that using this, so that's going to get burnt. Oh, never mind.
Well, again, you've still got another turn left. Oh. You really need to be eureka-ing. Playing 1 tile a turn for you is not good because you're generating tiles really efficiently.
Okay.
So you've travelled to here.
Yes.
Do you have a chain action token available?
Yes.
So you place it here. You gain the sage.
No sage.
You get to do that action, which is the gain influence action. So choose a region on the board where you have majority or you have guns.
Well, here, because...
Yeah. So the minimum to return is 2. So you return those 2.
Yeah.
And because there's no card in that region, they come back as traders. You got a lot of traders.
Traders conference.
Yeah. And you then get to place that tile, because you returned 2.
Yeah.
Into that region. So you gain 4 points. Right? And how many face-up influence tokens have you got? 2. So you gain 2 influence. And now, if you had a chain action token available, you could now do either that or that.
Did you get more chain action tokens?
By having more influence.
Oh, okay.
But that's fine.
Right, okay. And now at the end of my turn, I could place one of these on
Yeah,
the board.
well, that becomes a cultural aspiration.
So I swap this out for and then I could play it.
And you want to be playing it because you've got so many specialists. It's not going to cost you any influence. Every turn you're getting a new tile and playing a new tile. So if you want to go ahead with your turn while Pete's choosing that.
The travel is available, is it not?
Travel is available.
If I was to build more than one,
You can't.
but if I was able to, and I took that one off,
You pay the influence cost before you build any tiles.
so I could build as many tiles as I'm able
Once
to.
you've paid the influence cost, you can then build X number of tiles.
Actually, technically, I finished the end of my last turn. So,
Okay,
so
which was-
I chose this one, which
Yep.
is which replaces that.
Yeah. Did you want to pay 2 influence to?
No,
You can't,
I
right.
can't. So then I did travel,
So gain a cultural aspiration.
which is one of these.
Yep. Move somebody from somewhere to somewhere else.
Yeah, I want to move here.
Okay.
If there's a sage,
There's no sage there.
oh, so that means I can't do
Correct.
this. Ah, no, okay. So I don't want to move there. If I moved here, could I do the VP gaining
No.
thing? So I'd have to move.
You'd have to move to
here.
somewhere where there was a VP tile and a sage.
Okay, so I could move.
Yeah.
Here.
Yeah, that's fine. So you place your chain action token here, and you get 8 points.
Yeah, sounds good.
And sage. I threw him in your general direction.
Oh.
So
I've chosen advanced
you did that.
Then they get flipped face down.
Yep, that's it.
Then we're in phase 3.
Yep. So you swap that tile for
For
a cultural tile. And if you can be going ahead with your thing while Pete's... What do you want to build?
Right, I've chosen advanced construction because that means that when I build progress, any of these tiles, when I build any of these, I may build a number of tiles equal to my era rather than era -1.
Yes. Yeah, so that's good for you. So you're going to put that one out first.
Seems like a plan.
Base cost of 1.
Base cost of 1 minus
-1.
dogs, so that's 0, plus adjacency.
If you put it adjacent.
Or I could put it there. No, that would be stupid. Let's put it here.
Okay. So it's free. That's it.
Yeah. But I can build more than one now.
Is it from the next turn on? I would have thought it would be from the next turn on. But that is a question for anybody in the chat who...
But we're in 3, so 3 minus 1 is 2. So
Yeah, but...
I could have built 2.
Okay, it doesn't say in here, but I would have assumed that it doesn't apply immediately. I would have assumed it at the start.
It's immediate.
Although Dave says it's immediate and Shelley says it's immediate. Okay, right, it's immediate.
I'm not going to argue with Shelley or Dave.
You can immediately build another one then.
Well, let's do this.
So base cost of 0, because you have bread. You've invented bread.
Yep. If the dogs and the horses didn't eat it first. So I put this down. If I put that there, I'm going to get an extra
Thinker, but you're going to have to exhaust 2 thinkers to place it there. I mean, you've got loads. Should be fine. You've got so many workers.
extra thinker.
Yeah, and then exhaust 2 thinkers.
Do I exhaust them before I play?
No.
Okay.
You get the benefit of the space,
and
and then you have to pay for it. Yeah.
Okay. Done. Yeah.
And then that slides down.
Okay. Yeah.
Right. Arthur?
So finishing my turn, so I've selected this one.
Yep, that goes in there. Did you want to spend 1 influence to be able to build 1 tile?
Have I got one? Yes, I have.
You have 1 influence. Now, if you do spend that 1 influence,
Yeah.
I believe next turn you won't have a chain action token available.
Unless I put it there.
Unless you put it there.
So let's explore putting it there. So if
So you spend an influence,
yeah,
the base cost is 0, because it's 1 minus 1. But if you put it adjacent to another tile, it's going to cost you 1. You'll have to exhaust 1
worker, which I can't.
partisan.
I've got no workers.
You got 2 scholars.
Oh, I'd move it to the roll.
Yeah.
Then. Okay.
And at the end of the era, you're about to gain another scholar that you can't have.
That's an incentive. All right, so we'll place it there. So I exhaust.
Yep, artisan. Because it's the type of tile that you're placing.
Okay, so it has to be that one.
Yep. You gain the influence back.
Can it back? Yeah. All right.
You're done?
Yeah.
Right. We are now in the last round of era 3. And I am going to move this pillar. So I haven't thought about this because doing the last action completely confused me. But if I want to try and get another tile. Now I've got this. This is what I wanted to do. And I've got all of those people in Australia. And they are a bit stuck for something to do. So I think that is what I want to do. So we're going to do that. We're going to gain influence. So choose an area, or choose a region on the board where I have more than anybody else. Australia. Now I have 4 people. So if I wanted to, I could return all of those 4 people and put this on the board. But actually, I'm just going to return 3. Now those 3 return home as traders. Looking at the chat to see if I've done something wrong. He has forgotten to take another one.
He's who? Me?
Oh, idea card. Yeah, I forgot to take a new idea card like ages ago. Let's take that one. Thank you. That was about 4 hours ago, I think. So anyway, I've done that. And how many did I return home? 3.
Yeah.
So I get to put this on the board, which gets me 5 points. And then I gain 1 influence for each face-up token. So I gain 2 influence. And then I've got a chain action token available. So I could use this to either gain an influence or invent. Is there anything to invent? There is. This. I'm going to do that. So I do that. I'm going to flip that over. And we're going to invent sailing, which requires one of those. And I need to exhaust one of those. Sailing gets me one of those. Sorry, inventing gets me one of those. I have access to sailing because it's mine. Did that, flip that over. And that is me done. But at the end of my turn... No, it's not me done. Not me done. Oh, no, it is me done because I don't have a thing. We're fine. It's all good. It's all good. Now I need 2 chain actions and I haven't got them. Yeah, you'll go, Pete. While I do my thing.
It's in step 3. So I get my chain token.
Your 1 chain action token, yeah.
Chain action token. Now I'm limited on where I can go. Oh,
I can build 2.
I've got all my pillars are down. So
yeah, so you're moving the big
I'm
one.
moving the big one.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Oh, so my citizens returned as artisans instead of... Yeah, so... I'm going to do that just so I don't have to change what I did.
Is there anything to invent?
No. Everything's been invented. It's ready to be shared or innovated. Yeah, nobody's been presenting much ideas. You can't.
Can't Eureka? The only thing I can do is down here or here. So I can't. There's nothing to invent, so I can't do that. So I could innovate. I can't innovate the wheel because I invented it. It's perfectly fine as it is, even though it's triangular at the moment. If anybody suggests otherwise, I'll fight them over it. I could improve the caravel. Since when Paul invented it, somehow it's got loads of holes below the waterline.
Oi, it's a specific design.
Or silk that Arthur designed. Could get involved in silk, which Arthur's probably quite keen on sharing. What do you get when you do those things?
That's me done. Built my 2 tiles. Now we're rocking. Yep.
Oh, that lets you do that. Okay, I think I'm gonna improve.
You're gonna innovate.
I'm gonna improve your caravel.
Okay. So you need to
I'm gonna
place.
put wheels on it.
You need to place a trader. Have you got any traders?
I've got 1 or 2. Yeah.
Okay.
About that
Now
one.
you know what the bonus is of innovating.
Oh, it allows you to invent.
Yes.
Oh. Ah.
Do you want to?
Rethink.
Do you want to innovate silk instead?
Yes, please. Sorry.
It's far superior to caravels, not too special.
Well, then I can come back to caravels. I'm going to innovate silk, which requires a. What does it require?
Yeah. Same trader.
Oh, trader. Still trader. Oh, I think I'll send Derek.
Derek the trader.
Yeah.
Goes here, and then chain action token. Oh,
Yes.
sorry. When you innovate, you gain a new one. So there you go. You get another trader,
Okay.
and then chain action token
Yes.
on there to share an idea. Now you can share, which is this one. You can share the wheel, or you can share silk.
Oh, right. Okay.
If you share the wheel, you will get that card. If you share silk, you will get more people into here. So
But if I share that one, Arthur gets the card.
yeah, it's also. Do you want that or do you want that?
Oh, I think I want that.
If you want
let's
this
share the
one.
wheel.
That one's for silk.
Oh, sorry. That one's just.
That one's in there.
No, I'll share the wheel.
Share the wheel.
Yeah, let's do that.
Right. So you're sharing the wheel. You were involved in it, so you can share it. So these 2 go into here, and I get 4 points. That one goes into there, and you get the card. Nobody innovated it, but now you shared it. Do you want tile C or do you want a wild aspiration?
I think I've got 1 of those so far. I might end up with some more. Yeah, go on. I'll have that one.
Okay.
And I'll also, whilst it's my turn, I'll do that, putting that into
Yeah.
there.
There you go.
And that gives me an extra one of these. And I'm going to have the whorehouse.
The what?
Sorry, the warehouse.
The warehouse.
Yeah. It's slightly
It's
different.
a slightly different meaning.
I'll take that and put it there.
Okay. And then you can spend 0 influence to build 2 tiles. So if you want to be doing that while Arthur takes his turn, and if you get stuck,
I've got shed loads of guys, so I shouldn't have too much of a problem. Now, if I go there, that gets me an
Arthur
influence,
should
doesn't
get yes, Arthur should get an influence.
Ah,
Yeah, because you went here. Yes, good spot.
That's
Right.
going to give me extra influence, isn't it?
Yes.
So let's put that there.
So if you gain extra influence now, you will just lose it again, because we're about to change era, and anybody here will lose 1 influence.
Oh,
So I wouldn't recommend gaining another influence at this stage.
not at this precise moment.
No.
Okay. All right, well, let's go in here,
Gain you a scholar that you can't have.
because I'm at my scholar limit.
You are.
But like, if I go here,
That would cost you 1, 2, 3, 0. But if I could recommend, we're about to change eras.
yeah.
When you change era, you get all of your exhausted people back.
So
So
exhaust
there's
as many people as you
Yeah,
can.
so I'd put it here
Through. Or here. No.
or there.
Yeah. In other words, don't.
Don't
Yeah,
worry about
that
exhausted. That's
makes-
going to mean you have to exhaust. Base cost of 1, 2, 3, -1 for that, so it's going to cost you 2. You've got the 2. Job done.
And I could also build another one.
Yeah.
I could put
Yeah, this
one.
is the point of building your wealth tile. At the end of the era, exhaust the rest of your
So
workers.
let's put it there. Put that there.
Yeah. So as long as you put an economy tile here or here, you're good.
Yeah.
So that's going to cost you 2, 3, 4, 5. No discount. Perfect, because you're about to get a scholar. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sure you don't want him as a...
Oh yeah.
Oh, he's just wandered across anyway.
Well,
No. One of them accidentally wandered across.
Oh, did he?
Yeah,
Sorry.
so you're good.
fingers problem.
There you go.
That was Dave. He's always doing that.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
So you're done. You built your 2 tiles.
And what does that do? If I put that-
That's when you're placing tiles, you get a discount of 2. So
So I should have put that on there.
Well, you don't. It doesn't matter.
No. Okay.
Nah, it doesn't
So I'm
matter.
going to get them
'Cause
back.
yeah,
So this link thing goes away,
that goes away.
I think. So I'm thinking.
Then we're good.
And I've invented. Did I invent silk or the wheel? I can't remember.
You innovated silk, and
Right, and-
innovating silk got you to share the wheel,
Got it.
which you invented, which is
Yeah.
why you got the card.
Right, so I think I should share silk because no one else will, apparently.
So you're going to go here.
Yes. Does that give anybody anything?
Nope.
So it's only the big pillar. Okay.
Yeah.
The idea owner gets IP.
So that's you. So you gain 4 points.
Inventor gets the invention.
That goes in there, and you get the card.
Really?
And the innovator gets an extra person. So Pete, you get an extra person in India.
A different type of thing.
That is
Innovator gets a new citizen.
done that.
That's been done. Both go to map. Active society. I have no idea what that means.
That's you.
It's wealth.
So you either take this tile, this wealth tile, which is good for you.
Yeah. Okay.
There you go. Easy.
It goes there, does it?
Yep.
And then that's okay. So there's no actions that can be changed. I don't
Nope.
think. Actually, yeah, logically. Okay.
So
So it's now a question of whether I want to.
step 4 of your turn, do you want to spend 1 influence to place 1 tile?
One influence I've got to spend, I guess. Okay, this is the teleporting one.
It
this
is,
is the endgame VP. Is probably not so important just yet.
You can afford placing that one, yeah?
Which one? That one.
Mm.
This one is number 7.
Yeah, so at the end of step 2 of your turn, if you have either shared or presented, you can spend an influence, spend the chain action token, flip the tile over, and do the other action printed on the tile.
Yeah, which is share an invention and present an idea.
Yeah.
I think. If it was in place, so it'd be quite good to get that in place. So put that in play. I need to spend influence, as you say,
You spend 1 influence to be able to build.
but I would need 10 people.
Well, the base cost is 1 minus 1 because you invented the projectile. So if you don't put it adjacent to something else, it's free.
Cool. Well, all the good places are.
Okay. And then your other tiles slide down. Right, we are at end of era. So we move to here. First of all, turn order doesn't change. Second, influence. I lose 1 influence because I'm in that area.
Mhm.
All exhausted workers come back. Small pillars come home. Sages. So I gain an extra scholar, and I can have 3 scholars. So sages return home. Economy tokens go back. Milestones. So nobody Eureka'd at all. Wow.
Yeah, I was thinking of doing that.
So the blue player. Mathematics is so last year. Or so last millennia. So that goes in there. Blue's going to get that one. And then these 2 go out. And these 2 come in. Wow. So many options now. And we get the E1. So there are actually 4 milestones from this era. Right. Next, ideas from era 3. So that disappears. Anybody got any era 3 ideas? I have musical notation.
Yeah,
Go
I've
for
got
mine.
2.
Okay, so they all go. Wow, right. And now in player order, we replenish our ideas. So,
All 3 of those are available because they're down.
yeah. So I'm just going to take, I think, that's out. I'm going to take printing press. Okay, Pete, you take 1, replenish, and then take another one.
crane, please, Arthur?
You mean the windmill?
Or the windmill, yeah, sorry.
Okay. And then next one.
All right, well, I'll take.
No, Pete gets the second one.
All right, it's me first, is it? I can't really see any advantage for taking one over the other, so I'll just take marine compasses, please.
The mariner's compass. Yep. All right, Arthur, you get 2.
All right, I'll take my glasses.
Yeah. Not just any glasses.
And
There are other places that you could wear them, I suspect.
I don't recollect Greek fire existed,
The
belongs
blue
to the
player has Greek fire.
so no one else does. All right.
Not yet.
There are no level E's out there, are there? No, I mean, there.
No. Oh, yeah. I assume one of you two is going to Eureka
Yeah, I guess
this era,
so.
possibly.
Yeah,
I mean, I might.
might happen. Well, why not? Let's have the internal combustion engine. Rather locomotive.
Right. So that's the change of era all done. We are now in era 4. It's me first. So, what am I going to do? Well, look at all these options. Look at all these options. I mean, I probably should do some presenting. So, let's present. Let's present an idea. Although I do have 2 chain action tokens available to me now. So, maybe I don't want to present. Maybe I want to do something different, like travel. Or maybe share. Because I could share this. What would that get me? That would get me that and that. It'd get me that. And it'd get me that. Yeah. No, I think, because I want more of these tiles. And presenting is not going to get me those tiles. But if I present to an area with a bonus on, it is going to get me. Right. I think that's what we're going to do. It's this. Yeah, you could end up doing so many actions.
Well, you've got 2 chain actions, haven't you?
I do, and I'm trying to work out if I can use them. And traveling is one area where you generally can use them, but no. I'm going to present, and I'm first going to present to the world the printing press, and I am going to present it here, which requires me to place an artisan here, which allows me to present the catapult, which I will present.
Sorry, shouldn't this have become
It should.
one
Yes.
of those? So this must go back on the board.
Yeah, that should go back.
Give yourself a scholar.
I'm going to put that here. And that's going to require another artisan, which I don't have, so I'm going to use a scholar, which goes on here, which gets me to share. And the only thing that I can share is this. So I will share this. So that one goes into here and I get 4 points. That one goes into here and I get this as an invention. Nobody innovated it. And then I can either take one of these, or I can take a wild aspiration, and I'm going to take that one and I'm going to put it there. Right, now, that is the end of step 2 of my turn. However, I have this. So I'm going to use it. So I'm just going to show this on the big screen just as a reminder, because we haven't actually seen this yet. But at the end of step 2 of my turn, if I did one of those 2 actions that's printed on the tile, which I did this action, I can spend 1 influence, which I do, take one of my chain action tokens, put it on here, and do the other action. So by doing that, I get to invent. And, well, the only things out there are things which I've presented. So I'm going to have to use a scholar on here to invent paper. Paper is here, so it's in the common display. I gain a technological aspiration for doing that. I put the thing on, flip the thing over, and yeah, that would be it. But at the end of my go, I'm going to swap that and I'm going to build progress. So if you're happy to take your turn while I do all of this shenanigans. There. Oh, I need to take 2 new ideas. So I'm going to take that one, slide down, and I'm going to take that one. Yeah, because I presented, shared, and then did my thing to invent. Nice. Right, what are we going to have?
So Paul has 4 actions to one.
Okay, I know what I need to do. Discount 2. So put that there. Yeah, put that there. That's me a new scholar. Cost me 1, 2, 3. Discount of 2. So what's that? Put that there for free. Okay. All done. Oh.
What's that symbol there mean?
It's the innovate action.
Oh.
But if you Eureka now, you won't move to here.
Oh.
You'll be Eureka-ing one of those,
Yeah.
and you'll move to here.
Oh.
This is era 5, so you will gain one of those bonuses. Feel a Eureka coming on.
Yes. Let's do a bit of Eureka-ing.
Okay. So, what's coming in? Well, we'll move yours first. So this is yours. So this is B.
Yeah.
So here's the situation. It's happened. B is earlier than any of these.
So it just skips.
It just goes
to
straight out, and you two get those back as scholars.
the scholars. Oh.
Scholars. Now,
So scholar means nothing because
But if
you can't have a scholar. Right. So there is an exception to the rule here. The player who is taking the Eureka action
yes.
can treat the era of the new milestone they are about to take as their limit for scholars. So you lose that, but yours, you're going to get it because you're about to take one of these, which means you can actually have 5 scholars. So it's a quirk in the timing. Because at the moment your scholar limit is 2, but it's about to be 5. So you can have it.
Okay.
Right. So that goes as that's a scholar.
Yeah.
Right. Now choose any one of those and pop it there.
Am I going to get to do the action
Nope.
on it, not
Nope.
this turn. But I need to see if anybody needs any of these.
I certainly do.
Well, let's do some of that in that case. And I put my guy on it.
And for those people interested, the reason why I had the DB7 car in the how to play video is because internal combustion is a key milestone in this game that leads to lots of other things. I don't know whether anybody noticed that, but I do try and pick background
So
props.
The Stormtroopers.
No, the Stormtroopers were not there for the how to play video. They were there for Saturday.
Okay.
Anyway, so you've done that. Now you move your marker forward to one of those 4
I'll
spaces.
just say on Saturday for my May the 4th, I went to a restaurant called Akbar's.
Nice. Nice.
Right. So
You could adjust the turn order.
You could.
I'm going to go to. I think I'm going to go to. Oh. Okay, then I get to. No, I'm going to go there.
And Stacey likes the close-up, so I'm just going to show you the close-up of this area,
I'm going to go there to get the movement.
which allows you to do the travel action.
Travel action. I'm going to move this guy here,
Yeah.
which means I can put my
You should
chain
actually-
on there.
Yeah, to take the sage
Take the sage.
and do the gain influence action. Except you can't gain the influence. You can't do the gain influence action.
Oh, I thought that was the innovate. Oh, that's the innovate. Sorry, can I put that back?
Yeah.
Put that back. Right. And that back. I'm going to move.
That's innovate. No,
Yes.
he's not done it.
I'm going to move him to there.
Yeah.
To do the innovate.
And you get the sage.
Get that sage instead of this sage.
Okay.
And innovate. I think I want to innovate.
Did you gain your cultural aspiration for travelling?
I should have got one of those,
You
shouldn't
should
I?
have gained a cultural aspiration for travelling. And now you're innovating. So what do you want to innovate? There's only one thing you can
I
innovate.
think I'll choose to innovate the printing press because it looks a bit wobbly to me. It needs wheels. That's what it needs. I've got the wheel here. I'm trying to push wheels.
So
But
that's an artisan.
that's an artisan. That's one of these, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I've got.
No,
No, it's one of
artisan
those.
is this.
Oh right, okay.
Do you have a chain action token available?
No, not yet.
Why was it you wanted to innovate?
I don't know. It just seemed like a good thing to do.
Well, benefits when it's shared.
It is, yeah.
Otherwise, I was just thinking. Well, I haven't done much innovating, so I'll do some. I think that was probably
The 2 things that really benefit from chain action tokens are travelling and innovating.
right.
If you don't have a chain action token when you travel or innovate, the action is quite weak. You can still do it
Yeah.
if you wanted to do that. But yeah,
Maybe sharing would have been better. I don't know.
I don't think there's anything you could have shared. Because if you don't innovate that, the only invention that's been invented is the printing press, and that's mine.
Right. So probably something over here would have been better to actually. No, that's sharing. That would have been putting an idea down, which would have might have been better possibly. Would it have been better to move to there and to do that?
Yeah, probably.
Okay. Do you mind if I?
No, that's fine.
Yeah,
we
sorry.
just switch that. So instead of moving, where did you move?
I think I moved into here, didn't
So
I?
instead of doing that, you move from there to there.
Yeah.
Then you do that. Now, why have I got this in my hand?
What is it?
It's one of Pete's pieces. Maybe that one was there. I don't know. I've lost track. But that's fine. So let's go through what you
The
did.
sage is already
You
gone.
recurred. You're now travelling. So you've travelled from there to there.
Yeah.
You're doing that, which allows you to present.
Is that right? That's what I wanted
Yeah.
to do. Yeah.
So that's the thing. Travelling and innovating without a chain action token are quite weak. You are still allowed to do them. Whereas this one, I think is still really good. And the chain thing at the end is kind of an optional extra bonus.
Okay.
And I guess this one as well. Calling you specialist when you don't have a chain action token left is a little weak. But you can still do it.
Okay. So I'm going to play. I'm going to do the
present
windmill.
the windmill.
Present the windmill. Present the windmill, and I'm going to present it. What's the best place to? Does it make any difference?
Well, it's which tile do you want?
Which of those things do I want to do?
Yeah.
Oh, gosh, there's so many. See, that would allow me to innovate.
That is invent.
Oh, that's invent. No, inventing is good.
I mean, you could put it down and then invent it straight away.
Let's just do that.
For example.
Let's put that down.
So to put it down requires one thinker.
Thinker, which is a
Brown.
yeah, one of those.
Yeah,
goes
on
on
there.
there.
So let's just make sure we're doing this right. You are presenting.
Yes.
So you've done that, you've put a thing on it. You now get the bonus, which is to invent.
So I'll invent it.
Right, which means you have to place another thinker on here.
Yeah.
And inventing something gets you a technological aspiration. And did you have access to the crane? Yes, you did.
So now I can.
So we've done that, we've done that, we've done that. We've flipped it over. I believe step 2 of your turn is now finished. So you get to replace your idea.
I can have a new idea, please, Arthur.
No clue. There is not one called New Idea.
There's the light bulb. You talked about light bulbs earlier. There is a light bulb.
Light bulb?
Light bulb. Dynamite. Oh, that's much more fun. Can we have dynamite, please, Arthur?
Can't be invented yet. The blue player off on their little island,
Oh, sorry.
Greece.
Okay, so now I get to do these things.
Yeah,
and then
so now it's step 3 of your turn, and you exchange.
So
you may as well have done that during your turn.
So I can do that.
Yeah.
To put a guy on, and it'll be there.
And now step 3 of your turn. So you swap that for a cultural aspiration, that for a technological aspiration, and then if you want to build,
Okay.
while Arthur's taking his turn. Yeah. Okay.
Right, well, don't like the idea of losing sages, so I'm going to do a Eureka thing.
Yeah.
Which gives
Nope.
purple.
Only the
it's
big
not.
pillars give
Only
him
big,
pluses.
okay.
So, Cotton
Yeah. Everyone
is
knows.
going out, and you gain a scholar, which you can have because your limit is about to be 5.
Mhm. Oh, but it doesn't go in there. It goes.
No, it does. Yeah,
Does go in there.
yeah, it does.
Okay. Oh, it's not a sage. It's a scholar. Right.
Right.
Take a new
Uh,
milestone. Place a new citizen on it as a diplomat. So it's one of these.
It's one of those. Yeah.
Does anyone need electricity?
Nah.
Anyone need
Not yet.
telegraph?
I just need
Nice,
internal
like read those,
combustion.
yeah.
Yeah, I've got planes and trains and cars and stuff.
One with electricity. Yeah.
Okay, so that comes in. You get a diplomat on it from your supply. And then you move this to there, or
One of
there.
those things. Okay, so that's changed to another. I'm not terribly excited about that. This one's occupied. Which one's that? That one.
Share an idea, which you can't do.
Okay. That one is,
That's this action.
which is,
Call specialists. Bring them back home. Get economy.
yeah, I think I might want to do that actually. Thinking about
Okay. So you go onto
it.
there.
Yeah. So I pick an area, do I?
You now do this action. So you gain an economy aspiration.
What's it called?
Call specialists.
Ah, yeah, found it. Gain an aspiration tile set to economy.
Yep.
Economy is the trade, the cog thing, is it?
No,
The finance thing, is it?
that's it. Yep.
Um,
Choose a region on the board. Return one or more specialists.
one more. And they perform a chain action from the invention to
From
the
one of
left
your
of the board.
inventions.
Right. One or more. Well, I haven't got majority here. I'm not sure how important majority will be. So I'll take this one back.
Okay, so there's no card here, which means it's an artisan.
There's an artisan. That's
Yep.
that one.
Yep. Okay.
Okay.
And then you get to do the chain action on one of your invention
These are
cards.
the inventions, right?
Yep.
So we can have handshake. Handshake is send diplomat.
No,
actually.
recall diplomat.
Or is it?
It's the arrow coming back. Which means you could recall this one, an invent, or recall this one, an invent.
Okay.
And you
well,
could
that's
invent the catapult, for example.
worth thinking about.
Yeah.
What's the light
That's
bulb?
share.
Share invention.
Which you
which
can't do at the
Can't
moment.
do, we think. And this one is
Innovate.
Innovate, which
You could innovate the printing press. You could innovate the windmill. But remember, innovating means you get to do the chain action. So at the moment, you've only got one token,
yeah.
and you are. What are you doing? You are.
I'm Eureka.
You're about to do this. Well, you're doing this, and you're about to use your one and only chain action token on one of your invention cards.
All right.
So if you did it on this, it would be you could, but it'd be quite weak.
All right.
So you're probably best doing it on that.
Oh, you lost me.
On your cloth. You can't share.
Yeah.
You could innovate, but
That is weak, as you said.
it's weak.
All right.
Whereas that one's actually not.
So I
bad.
put this on here.
You do, and you now do this action.
Yeah, which is record.
So do you want to return home this one or this one?
Well, that one over there is public knowledge, so I guess I'll return the public knowledge.
Okay. So you get to invent. So that comes back as a scholar, which you can have. Your limit is now 5.
Yeah.
And now you get to do this, which is invent.
Right. Thanks.
So you can't invent. The catapult is the only thing you can invent.
Okay, so that's an idea.
The windmill and the printing press have already been invented.
Okay, so, however, I presume you don't have access. Oh no, I don't need to access the crane because.
Yeah, you do, but it's here.
But it's public knowledge.
Crane is public knowledge.
All right, so we'll invent.
Yep.
That, which requires a.
So you need to put an artisan on there,
guy.
and an artisan that gets exhausted.
Ouch.
And it's now been invented.
Right.
And inventing something gets you a technological progress tile.
Which one's that?
Sorry, technological aspiration. Yeah, brown.
That one?
Yep.
Okay.
You did that and you did that, and we now flip the card over.
Right.
And then finally, I think your turn is done.
Apart from step 3.
Apart from step 3 and step 4. Which, if you want to go ahead and
Yeah.
do them.
So, yeah, all right, step 3. So, where's the computer? Step 3, there isn't one.
Step
So
3
I've
is
got-
swapping your aspiration.
Oh, I've got to
tiles.
choose these things first.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so I'll do it.
So you need one brown.
Yeah, the
Don't forget,
ones.
you can't have 2 of the same. Each one's got a number on it. You can't have 2 of the same number. Right, shall I go ahead with my turn?
Yeah, please do.
So where are we? We're now in the second round of Era 4. And oh boy. I know what I need to do. That's the tile I need. But also, I want that one. But I can't share because of that. I'm not sure I want to Eureka. I've only got one chain action token now. Sad. What have we got here? I've got all sorts of stuff. And I've got this out. So my politics is strong. I think that's what I want to do. Can I do that? I can't do that. I can do that if I do that. Which is this. Will this work? This will work. Right, I'm going to do that. So I'm going to gain an economy aspiration. I'm going to return this one. Just this one? Yeah, just this one. So it comes home as an artisan. And then I'm going to get to do a chain action of one of my inventions, and it's going to be the one that I wanted to do in the first place. Yes. Which is this. Right, choose a region on the board where I have majority. This one. Do I want to do this? Yes, I do. Now, I can return. So because I've got propaganda, I need to return one fewer. So I'm only going to return one who comes home as a thinker, to be able to place this on here, getting me 4 points. And then I gain 2 influence because I've got 2 face-up tokens. And then if I had another chain action, I could do one of those 2. I don't, so I won't. Oh, I said I can't go in there because of that. I've done it again. I've done it again. And the chat's probably telling me that I can't do that. I've done it again. What's that one? That one was there, and that one was there. I need to knock 4 points off. Terrible for doing that. Wanted to get the 4 points for that. Right, there we go. Right, I think I've undone it. But again, am I able to do it just the same thing but in a different way? I probably am. Is there one of these with the action that I want? There is. So yeah, we can do it. It's the same as exactly the same as last time. I go here, I send a diplomat. It's going to be this one. It goes to here. That action is bring people home. So I gain that. I bring this one home, which comes home as an artisan. Who's calling me? I think he didn't mean to call me. I think I've got a person here that I've already brought back because I had 3 in here. And I returned one of them and I put that out and I gained the 2 influence and I gained the 4 points. And I used the chain action token on there. So I think I'm all good. I just had to go here to go there to do that. Doing that got me that, and to do that, and that got me that, which put that on, which got me the 2 influence. And yeah, we're all good. Right. And now I'm going to have 2 chain action tokens at the start of my next turn. Right. I might build progress. I'm not 100% sure because I quite like this one that Pete took. Yeah, I'm going to do it. I'm going to spend 1 influence and I'm going to build 2 tiles. When you build progress now, you can build 4 because it's your current era -1.
Oh, wow. But presumably it's hideously expensive. So
Depends how many guys you've got.
yeah. Well, I do need to end my turn still, but
Okay, well I'll just do mine quickly
yeah.
because it is fairly easy. I'm going to put that there for a cost of 2, but I get a discount of 2. And I'm ready to put that. Right, okay, so your turn. You're swapping those 2 tiles for those 2 tiles.
Yeah.
And now if you wanted to, you could build 4 progress.
So it's free in terms of
No influence cost. Yeah.
no influence cost to place 4.
4 tiles.
Wow. But there's potentially a person
There is.
cost, which is dependent upon the number of
Type
tiles adjacent and
Correct.
the
and the
base cost?
type.
And type.
Yeah.
And does that affect it? I don't understand.
Well, progress tiles are a base cost of 1. Wealth tiles are a base cost of 2.
Okay, so that one's a base cost of 2. Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you don't get any discount on wealth tiles.
So if I place it there,
You get that discount
do
and
get
then
a
discount for your inventions.
all right. So if I place that there,
So the cost of that would be 2 white, but you get a discount of 1.
yeah.
So it's only going to cost you 1 white. So 1 artisan to place
Sorry, I'm
that
just
there.
wondering if I get another discount from somewhere. What is that one? I've forgotten.
That's propaganda. That means when you're doing this action, you can
Okay.
return 1 pure citizen.
All right. So again, if I place that there,
Yeah.
the
Gain a trader.
the influence.
So
Cost
influence
is
cost
nothing.
was 0.
Right. So forget that
Done.
completely. Okay. Right.
You're now building up to 4 tiles.
Yeah. So why you say trader? Because it's got a. It's not a
So
trader.
if you look at the space you've put it on, you gain a trader.
Gain a trader. So notionally that's gain a trader. Notionally.
Yep. Now you have to pay cost. The cost of it is 2 minus 1. So it costs you have to exhaust 1 artisan.
So it's 1 because the base cost is 1 and it's adjacent to 1.
Yep.
And it
Minus
has to
1.
has to be an artisan, does it?
It has to be an artisan.
And it's discounted because of the
Correct.
cloth.
Yeah.
Okay. So I can make this
Yep.
guy an artisan
that's fine.
when he is exhausted.
So first tile built.
So second tile. This reduces some influence cost in some situation. 5. You progress your society.
Yeah, I think that reduces the influence cost for placing
Well,
tiles.
The wealth tile, for example. Yeah. Perhaps I should have placed that first.
No, it reduces the influence cost,
Which is currently 0.
which was currently 0. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, one less input. All right. Okay. So this one. Right. Meeting. Allows me to place my pillars where I have my pillars.
Yes.
Which sound quite neat. So if I place it there,
Base cost of 1 plus 1, so 2, minus 1 because you've invented silk. So that's going to cost you 1 trader. You have to exhaust 1 trader
got.
to place that there.
Okay.
What was on the space?
Sorry, I gained something.
and you gain
which
a
is
thinker.
which is a cog.
Right. Next tile.
Now this one's our thing game is. And I can
You
place it
want it.
there where it's relatively cheap. So no influence cost.
Base cost
Base-
is 2,
2, 3, 4, 5.
5,
Yeah.
minus 2.
Minus 2 is 3.
But if you put it over on your left-hand side,
Well, here or there.
up
There.
1 there,
There. Yeah. Okay. So the base cost is 2, 3,
3,
down
minus
to
2, 1, and it's any type.
any type. And that qualifies now, does it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So any type.
hmm
Thank you, that chap.
And then you've got 1 more tile if you want to place
Is
it.
it worth placing another one? I'm going to have to pay another cog, which I've not got. It would have to be a scholar. Well, this one's quite neat, actually, isn't it? It's probably the best of all of them. Yeah, it's all right. So it'd be good to place that. I can put it here.
So what's the
Right.
bonus?
The bonus is a artisan, and the base cost is
1, 2,
two.
minus 1,
because I've got a thing.
projectile,
So it's 1.
1 thinker. You don't have a thinker, so you can use a scholar.
Okay.
There you go, 4 tiles built.
Yo,
That's how you do it.
I've caught up, or maybe.
And I think I've done my turn.
What was my actual action? I've forgotten already.
I don't know. But you did all of that after the ride done my turn.
Oh, that's true, actually.
Yeah.
Forget Felix. I have done. Yeah.
You can always tell whose turn it is because I've got 2 of my small pillars on the board. So it's Pete's go.
Right, what I want to do is do an influence, but I don't want to do it by putting my pillar on the board there. I want to do it by doing something else.
It's there.
Oh, it is, isn't it?
Yeah.
How do I
Trying
do,
to-
how do, I
trying to
do
think.
that?
This. Send a diplomat. Send a diplomat to the Blue Nation. And learn how to make Greek fire.
I'll still give you an influence if I
No.
get there.
So only the big pillar that gives
Oh, is it?
influence.
Oh,
Yeah, unless you're playing a 2-player game.
let's go there.
Okay. So choose
so
a citizen.
it's the first time I've done this. So send any specialist.
Send any specialist as a diplomat.
Ian. Goes there.
Yeah, and do this action,
Do that action.
which is this. So choose a region on the board where you have majority, or in your case, choose a region on the board where you have.
Sorry, before I do that, can I teleport?
You've used it.
I've already done that. I don't want to do that one because I get the point for that one, but I need 3 guys.
Unless you have propaganda, which you don't.
Maybe propaganda or something.
You can do this one.
Yeah,
6
but
points.
that doesn't. It's not one of my big.
Okay.
I'll do it anyway because it's.
So
6
choose a
points.
region on the board.
Yeah.
This one.
Yeah.
All right. Return a number of citizens. Now, if you're placing that, it's going to have to be all 3.
Yeah.
So all 3 come back. There's no card here, which means they are artisans, because that's the card that's there.
Okay.
That goes on there. You get 6 points.
So artisans are these, aren't they? No, those are thinkers.
These are artisans.
Artisans. Yeah.
Yep. And then you gain 1 influence for each face-up influence token. So you gain 3 influence. So 3. And then if you have a chain action token available, which you should have,
I just didn't take it back.
you may choose to use the ability on one of those tiles. If you want to.
So share.
Present, invent, or gain an influence.
Dynamite is desperate to be invented.
Well, and you now have access to Greek fire, so you're going to do it?
Yeah.
So you're going to present. Okay. You're presenting Greek fire for the people of South Africa.
Oh, wait a minute. Wherever I put it, I get to do the thing.
You get to
don't
do
I?
the thing. So what thing do you want to do? You want 3 points? Do you want a person on the board?
Or
Or an influence? Or do you want a new scholar?
I think person on the board. Let's have that one.
So you're presenting it.
No, that's no good because there's one already there. I've already got that, so I can't have it again, can't I? You can't have the same tile twice.
That's correct. But placing this in a region is not going to get you the wealth tile.
It gets me that. But it could do if I.
It could if you shared. Yeah.
If I was the one who shared it, it's the one who shares it. That
The one who
gets the
shares
wealth.
it gets
Okay.
the tile. Yeah.
So let's go in there.
Okay. So that's going to require you to place 2 artisans on there.
Artisans, that's 2 of those.
Yep.
There you go there.
There you go there. And you
that
get
guy
a
on
new
the
person
board.
somewhere on the world.
And then
I think that's it.
I didn't get a chain of any kind, did I?
Yep.
I've done
That was the
That
chain.
was the chain. I've done it. Okay.
So step 2 is done.
So step 2 is done. Step 3. Now I'm already
You're
full
already
up
full.
here, so I don't want to be putting any more on. But what I do want to be doing is getting these on the board.
Yeah. So step 4. So Arthur, you can do in your turn. You get to build all 4 tiles.
Okay.
So this one I think I want to put here. So it's going to cost me.
Do you want us to sit with you while you're doing it, or are you happy doing it on your own?
Would you mind?
Yeah,
just
no, that's
walk
fine.
me through it.
You have a think about what you're doing. Right, which one first?
No, if I put that one on there, it gives me a discount.
Discount
of
2.
So putting that one in there would have cost me. It would have
1,
been
2, 3, 4, 3, 1.
1. So that's 1
And you
scholar.
gain a scholar from putting it on there.
So the scholar comes off, and then a scholar comes back on
No,
again.
it's a
It's one of
it's a
these.
trader. So
So
you
one of these
exhaust a
gets
trader,
exhausted, and a scholar
you
comes
gain a new
back.
scholar.
Gain a
Right.
scholar.
That's the first tile placed.
So that's the first one. The second one, I think I want to put this tile here.
Mm-hmm. So base cost of 1, 2, 3, 1, minus 1.
0. And notice how fast my maths was there.
Yeah.
I hope you were impressed. And this one, I can put it here, out of the way.
Well, yeah. I mean, that one's probably not going to score very much because that's for other wealth tiles. I mean, including itself. So you can't put it next to this one because that's blocked in, but you could try and put it next to that one.
Oh, it's got to be adjacent to wealth tiles.
Oh, no, sorry, that's progress tiles. So you
Yeah.
want to put that down here.
This one.
I was misreading it.
It's got to be adjacent to the
Yeah.
LSC. Right, so that one wants to go there.
So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, no discount. So 4.
4. Of anything.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay, and then the last one.
This one, it's just 3 times however many of these I've got.
3 points for every
Pairs.
2 inventions at the end of the
So
game.
let's
Yeah.
just put that out of the way over here.
So that's 2.
1, 2.
There you go. No. You don't lose it, you just exhaust it.
Where does he go?
Whatever you want.
Oh, he just goes over here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, so I'm thinking of doing a move. The move's down there.
You can't.
No, but I can.
Well, unless you're me, who constantly puts his pillar in the same
No,
form.
but I can because I've got
Oh, yeah.
thing.
So-
Where's it gone?
Yeah.
Something gives me the ability to
Yeah, you're meeting.
meeting number 4.
So it's going to cost you your chain. So you've got 1 chain action token available.
Yeah.
It will cost you that chain action token,
Does it also cost me an influence?
and it costs you an influence.
I didn't recognise that. Being very influence poor. Maybe not then. Right, so maybe I can innovate something. Can I innovate dynamite?
Dynamite hasn't been invented yet.
Oh, that's just an idea, is it?
The windmill has been invented.
Can I innovate that? What would I need?
You just need a thinker.
Which I can
You
create.
can use a scholar.
Yeah. All right.
But the chain action, so the main reason for innovating is to do the chain action.
Yeah, all right.
The chain action of windmill is Eureka, which you can't perform.
Because
You've already Eureka'd
Damn
in
it.
this age. You could innovate the printing press.
Where is that? That's here. So that would require an RSM, which I've got.
And the chain action is gain influence, which
I
you
need.
can do. You could gain influence
let's do that. Right.
in here.
So I'm going to innovate, which means going to
This.
there.
Yep, so Pete gets an influence. Right, so
Right, innovate step by step.
place a specialist.
Place a special smashing the invention,
Yeah,
which I think
so
we
it's
worked
an
out as this
artisan.
guy.
So it goes on the innovate space. And then use your one and only chain action token.
So I gain a specialist.
Oh, sorry, yes, you gain a specialist. You gain a new one of that type. Keep forgetting that.
And
Very
they
clear.
perform the chain action,
Yeah,
which is
so you should have a chain action token.
I do, yeah.
And it goes on there. And you now get to do this action. So,
Which is
gain
gain
influence.
Right.
So
okay.
choose a region on the board where you have a
no
majority.
influence.
And you have no influence. So, here.
Well, I've got military, so I think.
Oh, yeah, you do.
So anywhere I've got people, I've got.
Yeah, so here. But you're going to have to return. Oh, no, I mean, you could do here. Because you've also got propaganda. So you could choose here and just return one.
Yeah.
And place that token.
Right.
Or you could choose here
Yeah.
and return 1, 2, or 3 to place that one, or that one.
Yeah, I think I prefer this region.
Yep.
So if I want to. So what's. Oh, I guess. But I've not got a chain
No.
action, so I won't be able to do a chain
Sorry.
thing. But I'll get to place a token down.
Yeah.
Which is worth points at the end of the game. Or points now, even.
Points now and possibly
Yeah.
end of the game. Yeah.
And the difference between these three is the action.
Is the action that's printed
So I might
on.
as well use the cheapest one, yeah?
Yeah, if you just want the influence. So you just need to return 1. Because you've got propaganda.
I have got. So,
So 1 comes home as an artisan.
Okay.
Right. And then you take that token, you put it here, you get 5 points.
Now I'll get 5 points.
Yep. And then 1 influence for every face-up influence token you have.
Whee!
And then if you had another chain action token, you could do that.
Right, so that was that, I think. wasn't
That
it?
was the gain influence action.
yeah.
Which was spawned from your
okay.
innovate action, which was done there. So you're
now-
done.
So now it's step 3,
Step 3.
but I have no. I gain none, I have none. So,
No. So we're done.
so there's no 3 and 4. And this thing comes home. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
Right. So we are in the last round of Era 4. I am going to choose. So I know what I want to do, and we're in the last round of Era 4. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to put an economy token on there, which allows me to place a person onto the board, and I'm going to put them. Yes, I think. Maybe. So I'm in here, I'm in here, I'm in here, I'm in here. Mm-hmm. Right. Let's have a look at my card. I'm going to put it here. Okay, right. Then, as my action. So I need this. I absolutely need this wealth tile. So in order for me to get that wealth tile, I need to share something that's here. So for me to share something that's here, I first of all need to put something here, which is that. I can't do that because I've already done it. So how can I do that? I can do it from here, but that's already there. Could I travel and present? No, because somebody's used that bonus.
Can you use this time?
Yes. So, chain action tokens. I have 2. Yes, thank you. That's how I do it. So I innovate first. Oh, you beauty. Wow. This is going to go insane now. So I'm going to go here. First thing is orange gets an influence. Then I'm going to innovate the windmill or the catapult. The windmill. Oh, this is bonkers. Right. Most bonkers turn ever. And it's being recorded. So I really need to be careful about this. So I've gone on here. You've got an influence. I am going to innovate the windmill, which costs me a thinker. And I gain a new thinker. And now I'm going to use my first chain action token on here to Eureka. So when I Eureka, sailing is going to go in here, so above the other C's, but below the D's. So iron is now here. And I'm going to take in, just no idea, take vaccination. So vaccination, that might come in useful, maybe, at some point. Who knows? Gain a diplomat. And then I get to move this to era 5. And I'm going to share. What I want to do? I think I do. Okay. So I'm now going to share, and I'm going to share the printing press. So that goes into here, and I get 4 points. That goes into here, and I get the card. That goes into there, and Arthur, you get another one.
Another one, what? Another worker?
Another citizen in there, yeah. So that's the sharing done, and then I take this wealth tile. So I did that, which allowed me to innovate. Innovating allowed me to gain the chain action, which was Eureka. Eureka got me all of that, which got me to share, and I shared. Then, at the end of step 2 of my turn, I spend an influence. I spend my second chain action token to flip that over. Because I innovated, I can present. And I present to you the aircraft, which means I need to put two thinkers on here, and I get 3 points. And what else does presenting get you? Did that, put the things on, get a new idea. Let's have penicillin. Do I want penicillin? Yeah, let's have penicillin. Right. Big turn. Then I'm really short on workers, aren't I? Where are we in terms? We're on the last round, aren't we? Yeah, and I'm doing my large pillar. So whatever workers I spend, I'm going to get back. So I think that's currently worth... Now, I just need to read that. Is that 4 points for each?
The same.
Tile G. 4 points per set of 2 same type inventions to the... Yeah, so that's a pair, that's a pair, and that's a pair. So I think that's 12 points at the moment, whereas that one is 3 points for each region on the board in which I have 2 people. That's currently 9. That's currently nothing. So I think this is the one I want to get out. And I might as well put it somewhere where it's going to cost me 2. Except, no, I want to put it somewhere which, yeah, so I put it there, which costs me 3, but I gain an artisan for doing it. So I gain an artisan, and then I exhaust 3 things. Right. There you go. Bonkers is what that was.
Very good.
And now I get my 2 chain action tokens back. Yeah, using these technology tiles is quite tricky because if you've only got 1 chain action token and you're using that chain action token in your turn, you can't do anything with them. But yeah, I think we're good. But my influence is now low. So Pete, or as we like to call him, Mr. 3 chain actions.
Oh, I get 3, do I?
Yeah, 3.
Does that not go down before I...
It will at the end of the era.
Oh, I see.
Which is imminent.
It is imminent.
That's my go now.
It's your go for the last round of era 4.
Oh, right. Have I not... Wait a minute, are you sure? Because I haven't got any guys left. Oh, no, I'm placing the big one. Ah. So many things.
Mm-hmm. But you're doing okay. You've got 12 points for that at the end of the game, and you got 6 points from that at the end of the game. So you've done all right with this little mini game here.
Yeah, and I want to get 2 more of these so that I can have another set, which should be worth another 3 points. And I need to get another one of those so that I can have a set of those that gives me 3. So yeah, I can see there's things happening.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about that. There's...
If you can invent this, that would be good, because then it's. Why am I saying invent this?
I could invent.
There's a reason why I was thinking invent this one. No, can't remember what. Oh yeah, no, because it would just get you the card. I'm thinking of getting you another tile. To get another economy tile, you need to be bringing people home. That's how you get the economy tiles.
Well, I can get one from here.
Or you can get one from there, right?
So
okay.
I'm going to be doing that anyway.
Yeah.
Or getting a scholar, but I think I don't need the. Hoping I don't need the scholar. I think what I might want to do is to invent dynamite.
Okay. Well, you have access to the milestone, so you can.
So if I now the way I can do this is I've got this technology tile.
So you could go here.
I can't go there because I'm not allowed to go there.
But if you share something, and then you use that. So yeah,
so I can place it here.
Arthur gets an influence. You could share the windmill, or the windmill, or the windmill.
I think can I not do that one first? Could I invent?
No. So this is at the end of step 2 of your turn.
Ah, okay. In that case, I think I'll share the windmill.
Okay, good idea. So the person who presented it gains 4 points because there was 1 on there. Person who invented it gets the card. The person who innovated it, me, gets there with an extra person. And then would you like this, or would you like a wild wealth tile? So this is 2 points at the end of the game per set of people. And if you have any sages at the end of the game, they do nothing unless you have this tile. At which point the sages can become any type. And the reason they do nothing is it's irrelevant unless you've got this tile. So this is really good for you.
So I really want to exhaust some sages and put them over here. Yeah, I think I do. So I think I want to do that. And then I get to do this.
Yeah, so then at the end of step 2 of your turn.
So I've done that.
Because you've done that.
We finished doing that.
Yeah, we've done all that.
Yeah, we've done all that. Okay, so now
you spend an influence. You flip one of your tiles over, so that one. You put a chain action token on it, and you now do the invent action.
Right, invent.
What would you like to invent? Or you could use that instead.
I'm missing a card from
travel. Oh yeah.
Electricity, vaccination. Electricity.
Vaccination's here, electricity's there.
Oh, So I can't do either of those myself at the moment. I'll take the microscope, please, Arthur.
You could take that one, couldn't you?
You can.
Can I take the one off the
Yeah,
top?
you can take the one on the top.
Oh, go on then. Right.
So I'm just thinking, rather than doing that, you could have done that and travelled.
Okay.
And travelling, you could go into here,
Ah,
get in the sage, use your another chain action token to invent. So because you've got the chain action tokens, you can use them. So you're travelling instead.
yes.
Do you want to go from here into here?
Yes.
So you travel into there. You gain a cultural aspiration. So even better. And then you get to put that on there, take the sage, and do the invent action. So as we were, what do you want to invent? Aircraft or dynamite?
It's on iron is available, isn't it? I could do.
It's inventing, not presenting.
Oh, it's inventing.
It's inventing. So
aircraft.
it's aircraft, which you can do because you've got access to the milestone, or dynamite, which you can do because you've got access to the milestone.
Which one's the most valuable?
Well, when this is shared, you will get 10 points. When this is shared, I will get 10 points.
Okay, I think that one then.
So you're going to invent dynamite.
Yeah,
so you
which-
need to put one artisan on there and exhaust another one. Okay.
I've got one of these left
So-
over.
Inventing gets you a technological aspiration. You put the thing on the thing, flip the card over.
And
That is
So-
now the end of step 2 of your turn.
okay, so step 3.
Yeah, because you can only use one of these tiles per turn,
So I've still got one of those.
which you're not going to be able to use.
Can I not use it on one of these? Board. Oh, is it
That's only when you get the
Do that,
ability.
okay.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to be able to use it, so it doesn't
Yeah.
matter. But I can place this, certainly I can,
Mhm.
which means I can put it here and get another one of those, which I might be able to.
So you can't have 1, 2, 3, or 4.
I don't think 5, 6, or 7, but I could get a white one, but I think I want a blue one.
Yeah, the blue one's going to get you points at the end of the game. So
Yeah, so I'll take this one, I think, if I put it there.
Well, just pop it down there for now,
Okay,
because this is step 3.
all right, okay.
So you now swap that for a cultural progress tile, that for a technological progress tile. These trays are great. Really good. And Arthur, you can be thinking of your turn while Pete's doing this.
Mhm.
You want us to stay with you while you're doing it?
No,
You okay?
I think I'm okay, yeah.
Okay. I'll watch him while you're...
Okay. So I have a question, a rules question.
Mhm.
If I gain that wealth tile,
Yep.
and let's say
You can't have two of the same.
Is it the same?
It is the
same. So it is. Oh, damn! That's my move.
Next
though.
question.
No, that's blown up move. Okay. And this is prepare of these things and these things.
Yes. The other one is
Anyway, so first thing you do in your turn is you calculate.
you're getting 2 chain actions.
And moving allegedly generates chain actions, so maybe I should do a move. Right, so I could move. Simple as that. So I do it pulling people around. Sorry, help with the icon, which
Yeah,
is
that's
action.
this. Call specialists.
Call specialist. Off the board. Oh, that would give me an economy. Yeah. Okay. Right, so where's the move?
Travel action.
So move me.
You can't go here.
Ah, but I can. But it costs me a
Costs you an influence and a chain action token.
can afford it, sort of. Oh, why not? Chain action token.
1 influence. You put the chain action token on the progress tile that you flip over. So Arthur's using progress tile number 4, which allows him to break the rules on where he places his pillar.
Then what do I get to do?
You get a cultural aspiration.
I think.
You move 1 citizen from 1 region to an adjacent. Oh, well, you've got the teleporter.
the
So
teleporting
you
Would that
move
cost
1
me?
citizen.
There's no cost to the teleportation.
No.
I don't think I'll find now, but
And it's not a teleporter for those people watching. I just call it that.
may as well call it that.
We missed the
Task.
rule that you can only use 1 technology tile a turn. No, I've specifically just said you can only use 1 of those technology tiles per turn. And Pete only used 1.
Right, so if I move a guy there, oh no, maybe I'll move the other way. If I move there,
Okay, so you've gained the culture aspiration. You've moved. Chain action token.
I've still got.
Gain the sage. Do you want to do this?
I don't know. Is this innovate?
This is
Upgrade.
innovate.
Innovate. Yeah. So is there anything available to innovate?
Dynamite or the catapult?
Oh yeah, I'm less interested in dynamite now. So the catapult is the next most interesting one.
Mm-hmm.
So what do I need to innovate?
You just need to put an artisan there, but you won't be able to get the bonus.
Because I need yet
You
another.
need another chain action token.
Dear, right. Okay. Where
Pop
else?
the sage back.
Where else could I move that's useful?
Well, I mean,
Get points. Yeah, why not?
you could do that. You could do that. You could do that. You could do that. That probably not as good, but Zen Diplomat would have been better for travel. Yeah, that's your other option. Rather than using your
Yeah.
special tile,
Yeah, you're right.
just go here.
Yep. So I need to unwind that. So
you
this
another.
comes back. I've still got
I'll give you your influence back.
Flips back.
Yeah. So
Then I think send diplomat.
send a diplomat to here.
So I need to pick a guy from.
Yeah.
It has to be an active guy.
Okay, and now you get to travel. So we're fine. You're now doing the travelling, but
Yeah, doing the
but the point is you've now got 2 chain action tokens. So this thing that you were thinking of doing
Yeah.
is now useful.
All right. So let's do that then. So I'll
Okay,
move.
so move that to there.
There. I think I've taken the thing.
You took the cultural aspiration.
Yeah.
Yep. So you gain the sage. You put your chain action token on here. You now innovate.
Right. So we wanted to innovate this. Oh, I can't innovate that one.
You can.
I've got to be different, don't I?
Oh yeah, you can't innovate it because it was your idea.
Okay. All
So dynamite.
right. Dynamite then.
Dynamite it is. You
So-
need an artisan.
Which I've got.
That goes on there. And then if you wanted to put a chain action to... Oh, you get another one. You get another artisan. So that's what innovating gets.
Yeah.
And then if you want to put a chain action token here,
What's
you
that
can
one
do the
called?
gain influence
Gain
action.
influence.
Let's hope we can do this.
Gain influence. Where is that?
Yeah, this one.
Choose a map area where you have no influence tokens. That's these things, right?
Yeah, I think it's Europe.
Yeah, I think what
Europe is your only option
bring indicated citizens home from there.
because you've got military, so you don't need the majority.
Yeah.
You've got propaganda, which means you need 1 less, and you've already placed your 2 tokens, so
I'll
you
be
need to
placing
bring
the
those 2
3.
back.
And they become
There's no card there, so they become thinkers.
thinkers, which is this one.
Yeah. And you get to place your 3 thingy token in there, which is 4 points. And you now gain influence equal to the number of face-up tokens you have, which is 3. Look at this. And then if you had another chain action token, you could have done that. There you go. That's that.
Right. Sounds like a better turn.
Yeah.
Thank you, the chat.
Take back your chain action tokens.
Who's the other one?
Right, and that's it. You get to swap your aspiration tile for a cultural progress tile. But then that is the end of the era. So nobody changed turn order. Influence. Right, so I lose nothing. You two lose one. Exhausted specialists become unexhausted. Do Arthur's in a minute. Pillars come home.
Get 2 scholars.
Sages.
Those.
Yeah, Arthur, you get a scholar.
So
You gain a scholar.
again, Scott.
Yeah.
Because of this.
Because
yeah?
of that, yeah. And your exhausted people come back. Economy tokens that have been used, they come back. And milestones. So the blue player is going to upgrade Greek fire. So mathematics has gone off the board. Greek fire goes there because they're going to do telegraph, which means there are no more there, so no more come into here. We now reveal the final 3 milestones. And we have just left Era 4. So if anybody's got any Era 4 ideas, yep, the Mariner's Compass. Too late for that. Eyeglasses, so none of us can see anything. And in turn order, you take replacements. So Pete, you get a new one.
Can I have microscope, please?
And it's me, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'll take light bulb.
Right. Well, it's too good to miss. So I don't really want to do it, and I've only got 3 turns left. But I'm greedy. Oh no, but is it going to completely mess up my entire plans? Yes, it is. So I need to do that. That gets me to do that, which is, will that work? Okay. That'll work, and I hope that somebody will do that. Right, so send diplomat. Arthur gets an influence. I'm going to send this thinker to you, Pete. Say hello. I am the same era as you, so you don't get any bonus. And then I get to do the innovate action, which is this. So I'm going to innovate the catapult. So I have to put this on here, which gets me another one of those. And then I do have a chain action token available. So I'm going to put it on there, which gets me to do the action that I've just done, which is weird, but that's how it is. Oh, there's a massive combo here. Is this going to work? It's not, because I'm short of a scholar. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Yeah, so I'm doing this again, and it's going to be it's going to be this one, but is it going to be here? Or is it going to be there? I can't be in there. What about there? Okay, that sort of works. Need to check my card. Yeah, okay, we're going to do it. So I'm sending a diplomat, and it's going to be a diplomat to here, which gets me to do the gain influence action, which I will choose here because I have control of Europe, because everybody else has left. And I have 3 of them with my propaganda. So they come back and they are all thinkers. I get to place this on the board here. So it's only 3 points. They're great, but it is 1, 2, 3 influence. 1, 2, 3. And I have no chain action tokens left. So I can't do that. So that's it. That's my go done. Did I not get any things for that? What did I do? I sent a diplomat. The diplomat got me to innovate. The innovate got me to send a diplomat. Yeah, I didn't get any tiles, so I'm not going to build these. I'm gonna hang fire. Pete, you got 2 chain action tokens. Oh dear.
I think I'm going to invent.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to invent the aircraft, which
That requires you to place. Well, first of all, do you have? Yeah, you do. So you need to put a trader on there and exhaust the trader.
Okay.
Okay, you gain a progress technological aspiration. Flip aircraft over.
Okay.
That's it.
Not quite, because
You invented so you can share.
could also travel. Invented so I can travel.
Yeah. So you spend an influence. You put a chain action token on the tile that you flipped, and you now get to travel. So gain a cultural aspiration. Where are you going from and to?
If I go from here to here,
Yeah.
then I can use another chain action.
Chain action token to take the sage and share. Do that. Okay. And are you going to share the aircraft or dynamite?
I think
You get 10 points or I get 10 points.
dynamite.
Okay. So sharing dynamite. So these 2 go into here and you get 10 points.
10 points.
Yeah. 2 citizens, 5 each.
Oh, yes. Yep.
That goes into there and you get the card. And Arthur, that goes into there and you get an extra citizen in there. Okay, and then would you like wealth tile B
Or wealth tile B. They're both the same.
or wealth tile, yeah, or a wild aspiration?
Wealth tile.
So you have to remove one of your aspirations if you want to take it.
In fact, that's pretty useless to me because they need to be connected,
They do.
which is probably not going to happen.
That's true. Whereas a wild aspiration might actually be better for you.
Yeah.
Okay. And now you're done. Part is that way.
Oh, right. Sorry. Apart from possibly doing stuff here.
Yes. Yeah. Step 2 of your turn is done. So you happy to do the building and stuff on your own?
Yeah.
So you get a brown one and one of anything else. Arthur.
2
2 chain actions.
thingies. Now, can I share this? I think
Were you involved in it?
yes.
So yes.
Share is this.
This.
one. There might be another way.
There.
Send a diplomat there.
You can't send a diplomat.
Sorry.
You could. No, you go. There you go.
Okay, so it's probably cheaper to go here, right? Fine.
Yeah.
So go here.
Pete gets an influence.
Then we work through
Sharing this.
Yeah.
So I get 4 points. You get the invention. And I get that and an extra one. And then you can have either wealth tile F or a wild aspiration.
I'll take F.
Did you want to do any building progress?
I am assuming actually in doing this that these things, you can count these things more than once. So for example, this counts those
Yeah.
3. And
Yeah.
this would count one.
Yeah, definitely.
One of them as it stands. Yeah, so why not do that now and get it out of the way? So
So you have to spend 2 influence, or do you get a discount? I think you get a discount.
I think I'll
Yeah,
use
you got
this
tile 5.
Yeah.
So you could put your economy token on that tile. So the economy tiles have to be activated with tokens to use them.
Oh right. So I'll put
So that goes on there. So the influence cost is only 1 instead of
Yeah.
2.
Yeah. Then I need to pay.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 things.
Do I get a discount for any reason?
Only the space that you placed
Space
it on.
is 2, yeah. Okay.
There you go. So 3.
3. So I have to exhaust 3.
Any three things.
worth.
Yep.
1, 2, 3. There we go. Fine.
Not placing the cultural one.
Well, I could place that.
Yeah.
No reason not to, is there?
No reason not to. If you put it in the top left of your board, it's free
3's good.
because the cost is 2 minus 2.
You mean there?
Yeah.
Oh, because I've got those 2 discounts. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Right. How you doing, Pete? Are you still building stuff?
Yeah.
Look at that. 6 economy tiles.
Done building.
Right. So 2 turns left. I'm glad you didn't share the aircraft. That's exactly what I need to do. So what influence? I should have 2 chain actions available with this turn. But I am sharing the aircraft. Unless, no, I'm trying to be greedy now and I'm trying to do that. No, let's just do it. We're going to share this. I get 10 points. And these 2 go into here. Pete, you invented the aircraft, so here you go. Lovely aircraft.
Thank you.
And I'm going to take this tile. King. Right, and because I shared, I could invent, but there's nothing on the board. There are no ideas at all on the board. Wow. Okay, so I'm going to spend 1 influence, and I'm going to build these, and I don't know how I'm going to build them, but I'm going to build them. It's going to get crazy expensive. So
this stays here for the rest of the round, is it?
yes, rest of the era.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll let you take it back if you didn't want to use
No,
it,
no,
because you losing that 1 influence is not actually going to make any difference.
true. Yeah. All right, go on then. You've got more flexibility if I do that.
So it costs you 2 instead
Yeah,
of 1.
that's right.
I'm not going to do this actually. No, well. No, I'm not. Change my mind. I'm not putting it in there. I'll wait. Need more people.
to invent.
No, there are
We'll
no
run
ideas on the board.
We'll run out of ideas.
Nothing has been presented. And at this stage, with only a couple of turns left, I mean, you could present, somebody else could invent it, it could be shared. It could happen.
So I've got 2 actions left.
You have two turns left.
So after this action, I'll get 1 more action.
And then that'll be it. Okay. That's what I want to do. Yes. That'll work. Rats.
If I present an idea, somebody else could
invent it,
and then somebody else
and then you could share it, or somebody else could share it.
But if I'm the one who came up with the idea,
you'll get the points if it's shared.
I'll get the points if it's shared. Okay. So I'm looking at how I can do that.
So yeah, so you can't choose this action space, but you're looking for that icon, which is here. So you could just send a diplomat to here, and that would do it. Or you could present an idea here, which would... Sorry, no. Yeah, you could present an idea here, which would then allow you to present.
So I could present another idea.
Present 2 ideas.
Are there any chain actions on that?
Not on presenting.
And putting a guy here would involve doing this action.
This action.
Oh, that action.
You've also got present there. So you could do this, which would get you...
Oh, I see that. Chain action is any one of these.
Is any one of those.
Oh, right. Gosh.
You're inundated with possibilities.
I didn't realise that.
Yeah, I've just noticed that all of these cards have got a green banner on the front with the light bulb icon in for the share ideas. I'm not sure why it's there. Maybe to indicate it can now be shared.
Trying to find something that will let me create and share in the same turn, given what I've got available to me.
So if you presented here,
yeah.
So if you sent a diplomat to here,
Yes.
which would allow you to present, you present here. Presenting allows you to invent.
Right.
So you could invent it and then use that tile to then share it immediately. So you could, in one turn, do everything.
That's what I was looking for. So
okay, so you have to choose this action, I think.
Gives Arthur
an influence. Send a diplomat to the Chinese.
Diplomat.
Yeah.
That's...
any of your
any
specialists. Yeah, they become a diplomat, they go here. You now get to present an idea.
Which can be... I don't have vaccination, so it's
You
going
have
to have to
it.
be the steamboat.
Yep, so that goes here.
Yep.
You place a trader on here. Yeah.
On there.
Yeah, and you immediately now get to invent, which could be this.
Which is going to have to be that.
Yeah.
Yep, so I'll do that.
So that's a trader on there and exhaust another trader. Right. Inventing things gets you a technological aspiration. And you have access to iron because it's off the board. That flips over.
I then use this.
So you then spend 1 influence.
Then you have to put a token on it.
Yeah, flip the tile over, put a chain action token on it to be able to share. So you're now going to share the steamboat.
Yep.
So that goes into there and you get 5 points. That goes into there and you get the card. And you can't have a wealth tile because there's none left. So you get a wild aspiration instead.
I probably won't bother building. I need to build that, don't I?
You need to build that before the end of the
I
game.
do need to build that.
So if you want to do step 3 and step 4 of your turn, you need to swap those for tiles. And Arthur, your penultimate turn.
All right, I'm taking the easy option. I'm going to move, which is that one down there. I'm moving 2 workers.
So you gain a cultural aspiration. You can only move 1. Or have you got
I think
roads?
I've got a thing.
Oh, I'm not allowed 2 of the same, am I?
I have rows.
Not
I
allowed
think.
to the
same.
Actually, maybe no, I haven't got rows. I think I looked at that and I thought, oh, I haven't got that. No, it's one worker. Okay, 1 worker.
You don't just slot it in.
Oh,
sorry.
No, it was one that was already.
Oh, right. Okay, you had
But
2
I'd
of the same.
accidentally taken 2 of the same, so
Okay,
I just
right.
swapped it.
Right, so I've moved the 1 worker.
Yep.
I've taken the cultural thingy.
Chain action tokens. You should have 2.
Yes,
Is one of them going to get you 8 points?
it is. Yeah.
Yeah. So you have the sage and you get 8 points. Nice. I thought about that. I thought about it when he was 6.
Likewise.
So you've done that, you've done that, you've done that. That's it.
Yep.
Then you swap that for a thingy.
Maybe I'll swap it for rows.
Last turn of the game. Right. So, did I do the thing that I wanted to do? I did the thing that I wanted to do. All I need to do is put these on the board. To do that, I need more people. So how do I get more people? I bring them home through one of the actions. So I have 2 chain action tokens available. And can I bring them home? I can. Oh, awesome. I think that's what I want to do. Yeah, sure. So I'm going to do that. Gain an economic aspiration. We're going to bring home. It doesn't really matter what they come home as. I'm going to bring these 2 home. So these 2 come home and they come home as thinkers. I'm going to hope that that's enough. And I'm basically just going to build these tiles on the board. So it doesn't cost me any influence. I'm going to put that there for a cost of 3 with no discount. I'm going to put that there for a cost of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 with the 2 discount, which is 3. I don't think I've got enough. So if I put that there, it gains me another one of those. It's going to cost 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I've only got 3. I think I'm going to have to put that there, which means I don't get that, but that is only going to cost that. Yeah, and I don't think I can put. I'm going to get a discount of this. Yeah, so I can put this on the board. Not that it does anything, but it's fun. Get a discount of 2. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Put it there. Get one of those. Discount 2, 1, 2. Yeah, we're done. Oh, except I forgot to do that. Right, sorry, I forgot to do that. So I brought my people home, and I thought that was just it, but actually I got to do a chain action of one of my things. But there's very little on the board, isn't there? So, is any of these going to get me anything? I mean, I could present an idea just for a laugh. What would that do? Potentially get me 3 points, but I needed all the people for what I've just used them for. No, it's fine. I'm not going to do it. I'm done. My headache that I got at 3 o'clock has not gone away, which is pretty that.
Taking anything for it?
No. We were an hour into the stream and I was thinking, it'll go. 4 hours later, 5 hours later, it's not gone. Just so you know, a game of this, once you know what you're doing, is about 3 hours. Obviously, first time playing, big rules explanation up front. It's a long stream, but yeah, I've played this game in 3 hours with people who'd only played it once before. So, right, Pete, your final turn of the game.
So there's still no
Nope.
ideas. That have been
You're not
presented.
going to be able to do all of that fancy shenanigans again, are you?
Well, I'm thinking about it.
What, present, invent, and share all in one go?
Well, I can
It's gonna be
present and
tricky.
work.
That's innovate.
Sorry.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to be able to do.
I can't innovate something that doesn't exist.
No,
No. So, and I can't get any points just for.
you can for presenting. You could put 2 people on there and get 3 points.
No. Well, might as well.
So you can absolutely do that. But would you get any other points for doing
Is
anything
that
else?
really all I'm going to
Can you get an influence tile on the board? Because if you can get into this area, 10 points at the end
I
of the
know
game.
what I need to do. I need to put a guy in here for one of my
What's
cards.
this sage? Or was that yours? That should be yours.
Yeah, I think so.
I need to get a guy in here. So
Okay,
what I
so you
need to
need
do
to travel.
is I need to travel. I need to do movement. So that needs to go into there.
Yep. Gain a cultural aspiration. You need it, but and who's gonna travel?
Him.
Mm-hmm.
Which means that he gets that sage.
If you put a chain action token on there,
I've got no reason not to.
yeah, and you get to do the gain influence action.
Okay.
Now you could do this.
Gain influence.
Yeah, you can absolutely do it. You've got majority. You could put those 4 off
Yeah.
the board unless you need them in there. Yeah, this is gonna be worth it.
I don't need them in there.
Right. So you take those 4.
Yeah.
They all become, not that it matters, thinkers.
Yeah.
Because you placed 4, you can take this and put it here, which gets you 3 points.
Yeah. Worth having.
But you now gain 1 influence for each face-up token, which is 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And do you have a chain action token available?
Yes.
So you could present. There you go.
What can I present there?
You could present it here and get 3 points.
Because that's just going to. If I presented there, I'd guess get to present
You get to
again.
present again. You do need another idea. You're missing an idea.
Oh. Story of my life. Let's have telephone telegraphs and
I don't think it matters
no.
which one you take. Yeah, I
So-
mean, you could present there, which would allow you to also present here, but that is not going to do you anything.
Just potentially gives Arthur the opportunity to invent it and then share
Okay,
it.
possibly, yeah.
If he shared it, would I get anything?
You get points. Yeah.
Right, well, let's do that.
I'm guaranteed I won't be doing that.
So, okay, well,
So just present it here. So,
Yeah.
so chain action token on here,
yes,
flip that over, present,
present there. Microscopes or telephones.
whatever. You've got thinkers. So that goes here. 2 thinkers on here, gets you 3 points.
Yeah.
That's it.
Okay.
I think you're done.
3, 4.
Oof.
So which one was I doing? That was
The actual action that you chose to do
movement.
was travel. But you also gained influence,
Yes.
and you also, gaining influence, got you that, which also allowed you to present So they're the three things that you've done.
So because I did a present action,
But you don't have any
potentially
more chain actions.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you could have innovated, but there's nothing to innovate.
Okay. Yeah.
So, your final go at building your remaining progress tiles.
Well, just for you carry on. Arthur.
I mean, putting one of those there will get you 3 extra points. Yeah.
3
So
times.
3 times the number of things that it's.
Oh, it's not just 3. It's the number.
I thought it was per
For each
3.
tile that's adjacent
For each
to that.
tile.
Yeah.
Not
Oh, did you
enough.
just think it was?
I just thought it was for a
Same-
group of 3.
same-
No. Sorry.
Same.
Sorry.
Oh,
It's
same.
per tile.
Oh, in that case, definitely you're going.
All right.
there.
So while you're doing that, then, I'm going to do a gain
So it's
influence.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
This one.
Wrong one. Okay.
Okay. So choose a region on the board.
This one.
3.
You don't need majority because you've got guns.
Bring indicated.
You've only got one person. But even with propaganda, that one is only 2.
Oh, I need to put.
Yeah, so your influence token that you've got requires 4 people. Because you've got propaganda, it's 3.
Okay. So let's,
Don't think you're going to be able to do that.
So which one's propaganda? Is it?
White tile number 4.
So I've already got influence token.
So you
here,
can't-
nothing
you can't
will
hide
happen
anymore.
there.
Yeah.
And that's the only place that would work, I think. All right. So all right, doesn't work. All right.
New plan.
New plan definitely required. I'll get 2 points by doing a travel option.
Will you? There's no sage there, so you can't get the points.
If I could get a economy,
Yeah, we do that just by recalling people.
so that's the thing I'll do.
So you recall people by gaining influence.
Yeah.
So gain an economy aspiration. Then choose a region on the board and return 1 or more people.
Can't find it. What's the action actually called?
Call specialists.
Call specialists. Okay. Right, 1 more citizen's home.
Yep.
And I can then do a
Yeah, any one of
That's a
those.
thing. So I'm not sure there's any real point.
So they come home as thinkers.
Which are
Brown ones.
Browns. Okay.
Okay. And then you get to do the chain action on one of your.
Right. So is there anything to innovate?
No.
Fine. Is there anything to
Share, no.
No. It's down to these 2 then.
You could send a diplomat or recall a diplomat.
Send the diplomat. Recall a diplomat. Recall doesn't do much, does it? Maybe over there.
Yeah, recalling is just do the action on the tile and then bring them home.
And sending is do the actual.
Do the action on the tile. Send them and do the action on the tile. And I'm not sure any of these are going to be that useful for you.
Okay, so if I recall the guy that's sitting on sailing,
Yep.
I get to do
He's
movement.
a scholar, you get to travel.
So he becomes a
That's
what?
a scholar.
A scholar. Now I can do a travel.
So travelling gets you a cultural aspiration.
And
Where do you want to go?
well, there's no easy to. Oh no, I can't get.
No,
to
there's
it.
no sage there.
Guy's gone. What did I do?
I mean, that's that. That's the thing you just did again.
It's all much of a match, isn't it?
Well, yeah, but travelling gets you another economy tile.
Oh yeah.
So it's probably your best bet.
Yeah, I think you're right. So if I travel to here.
Yeah. Place your chain action token there, get the sage, and perform that action. So, gain another economy tile. Bring 1 or more people home. They come home as a thinker. And do the chain action if you've got any left.
Got one left.
Have you?
Or have I?
No, I think you forgot to do the. I think you forgot to put the chain action
Yeah, I
token
think you're right. Yeah.
on your catapult. No, not the catapult. The cloth.
Yep, you're right. Okay, so that's fine. Now let's get to stage 3.
Yep. Step 3. Swap all of those tiles for good
It
ones.
almost doesn't matter what they were. It almost doesn't matter what they
No.
are. But what I do need is these ones.
Yeah.
So I don't think they affect anything.
No. So just take whatever numbers you don't have.
Well, the only one I've got is 5. That's 3.
Okay. And in 2. One
Oh, that's a
of
different one.
them's a culture.
One back.
Cool.
Okay. And technically, I'm supposed to swap that out as well.
Yeah, for a culture one. Again, just take one you don't have.
3. I've got 3. I've got 3. I've got 5. No.
Right.
Then
I've lost this tile somewhere. I don't know where it's gone. But the only reason I didn't use it to get this tile is because I didn't think that I could get more than 2 sets of 3. But I can now see that it would make sense to have had it, and I knew that I was able to place it.
Okay.
So do you mind if I
No,
go
that's
back
fine.
and
Yeah.
re-engineer it? And I can afford it because of that.
Right.
so,
So
place all of them, I believe, from because of where we are.
it costs you no influence, and you can place 4 because
Yeah.
you're in here.
Yeah.
Yep.
Priority is going to be these chaps. Does it matter what they don't have to be connected, do they? Just have to be on.
No, it's there.
There.
They just have to exist as pairs.
No. They don't need to be connected.
So
So
place
cheap
it
as possible.
there.
So that's going to cost you 2. Well, you get a discount of 1
Why 2, not 1?
because it's adjacent to one other tile. Base cost of
Base cost
1,
1.
plus 1 for
Plus 1 for
adjacency,
adjacency.
minus 1 discount because of
Plus
silk.
1. So it's exhaust 1.
It's 1 trader.
Trader. Got.
Next.
I'll place another one. It's becoming harder. Yeah.
Yep. Again, same cost.
Same cost.
1.
Trader.
Yeah.
I mean, becoming harder. Tell me about it.
I mean, I said you weren't going to fill your board.
Right.
And you didn't.
So that kind of optimizes
You're one
that.
short.
I could have done if I'd understood the.
Load the gaps.
But we discovered that these things, if placed in that clump,
Is an extra 3
although
points.
whether it can be afforded or not is a different question. So if I place it there,
That's really expensive.
well,
We've
Really
got
expensive.
guys to
Yeah.
plan.
really, really
But
expensive.
over there would only cost you.
There's not a clump there.
Doesn't need to be in the clump. Just needs to be adjacent to that.
I think you did say that earlier. And
I did,
forgot.
yeah.
Right.
So there's your cheapest space.
Okay. So that's 1, 2, 3.
Minus 2
Minus
discount is 1.
2 is 1. Has to be artisan.
Yep.
And then the last one, I'll place it there.
1, 2, 3, 4. Minus 2 is 2. You can do it. Yeah.
2 scholars. Yeah. Oh, 1 artisan.
Nice.
That's a bit of a boost.
Right. We're done.
Wow.
Let's not bother scoring. Should we just go for food?
I think you've clearly won. I think Peter's probably almost second. But it'd be interesting to see the scoring work. So.
Area 6. So, influence. Pete, 10 points. Me and Arthur, 5 points. Next. Wealth tiles. So, we'll do mine first. And what I'll do is I'll press the button and I'll just show you how this works. So, this tile here is 3 points for every technological progress tile which is adjacent to this one in a cluster. So, that's 1, 2, 3, 4. That one's going to give me 12. This one is 3 points for each wealth tile, including itself. So I've got 1, 2, 3, so that's 9. That's 21. This one is 4 points for each pair of inventions of the same type. I have 2 of those, 2 of those, and 2 of those. So that's 12. So it's 12, 24, 33. And that is 3 points for each region on the board that has 2 of my people in it, which is 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 12. 45?
Happy to believe.
Yeah, 45. So 45 onto 53 is 98. Pete,
Okay.
1 billion points.
Right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times 3 is
That's the max. 21. It's the
21.
most you can get. Let's do that first. Right, next one.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
5.
2, 3, 4, 5.
15.
3 is 15.
Yep. 3 points for every 2 inventions.
Pair of those.
12.
Pair of those. Pair of those.
Right. And you have 2 sages, so those 2 sages can become whatever you want. Yeah, so you've got 4 full sets. So 8 points. Nice. Arthur.
Nothing like that much. Right, so 3 points per white thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
All touching that. Yep.
18.
So that's 18.
And 3 points per pair of blue and white.
3, 9.
So 3, 9, yeah.
Right. And finally, objectives.
Right.
Now, I kind of lost track of these again.
Like
but the first one is I have 2 of each type. 10 points. Now, influence tokens in regions 2, 4, 5, and 7. I've got them in no, yes, no, and yes. So I've got 2 of those. So that could be 3 points. But this one is for having people in 7 and 1. Yes. 1 and 2. Oh, I missed out 2. And 2 and 3. It's for this link here. So when I put 1 on the board at the end and I put it here to get an extra 3 points from that, I should have put it there.
What does it make? I mean, it doesn't make any difference to the rest
It
of us.
actually makes no difference because,
So
well, no.
You might as well just put it where
Well,
you should have
no,
done.
because if I do, I get 3 more points. So if I lose 3 points, I play that, which gets me 6, instead of playing that, which gets me 3.
Right.
So it's actually exactly the same.
Okay.
Now, Pete, you've completely messed up all of your objectives and scored no points for them,
Almost. I needed 8 of these,
and you got 8.
so I get 10.
10 points.
I needed people in
So what
2,
have you
3,
got?
4, 5.
Do you have all of that?
I think I do.
You're orange, aren't you?
Yeah.
2, 3, 4, 5. Yep.
That's
So you've
why I
got
did
all
that
of
last
those
move.
links. 6 points.
6 points.
That's it. You only score 2 of your cards.
Do you?
I did mention that twice.
You did say that
Oh,
once.
okay.
Have you? How well have you done the 3rd one? Just to rub it in.
I think I've got 2 of them.
Okay.
So I would have
Fine.
got 3 points.
Yeah.
So.
Arthur,
Right, failed miserably on that one.
what was that one? 2 from Era 4 and 1 from 6.
No, I've got
Oh, 1 from
1
5.
4. Yeah, so that didn't.
Okay.
This one, I have to have influence tokens in
Yeah.
1, 2, 4, and 6.
You're in
I've
4.
got some of it. Influence tokens. I think it's
You're
these
not.
things.
Yeah, you're not in 1.
It's these things.
Yes. So region 1, you're not in. 2, you are in. 4.
So you need people and influence tokens.
No. I'm tracing the line back.
Oh, okay.
So
So that's
you're in 2.
2, which is one of
You're
them.
in 4.
Which is one of them.
You're not in 6. You're not in 1.
Yeah.
So 2.
So 2 of them. So I get 3 points for that.
2, 3.
And this one, I don't think I fully understood. I think I moved out of 5, which is going to cause a problem. So this is connections. I'm in 4.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm not in 5 because I moved out.
Yeah.
I'm in 6.
And you're not in
I'm
7.
not in 7, so I don't think.
No connections.
Or is that connected to that?
Oh, it is.
So-
Yes,
so
4 and
come on.
6 are connected.
Well, that doesn't help. Cause
No, it doesn't help. No.
Well, assuming the lines are significant.
Yeah, the lines are significant. Right. Well done, Pete. I mean, you were doing well from a third of the way into the game because you started building this up earlier.
It was a bit unexpected because I thought you were doing very well on the synergy of other stuff that you were doing, but no, it was. I mean, it says here on each one of these, it tells you that if you can get some of these on the board early.
Yeah.
And I noticed that this one allows you to take a tile each turn.
Yeah.
So I went heavily into these tokens and these. This one that lets and it just, I don't know, it just fell for me.
So the winning score for those people watching, Pete scored 121, which I think is very good for your first game. I got 111. Arthur unfortunately got 66. But yeah, that's Inventions. Now, bearing in mind, as I said, this was a learning game for you two, and it's not a light game. Pete, you've said this is probably the heaviest game that you've played.
It's my first Vito Lacerda game, apart from when he demonstrated Speakeasy to me at GridCon.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is about as heavy a game as I've played. Yeah.
But you got it.
With a lot of help.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I love it. I think it's great.
It definitely rewards multiple plays, like all of his games.
Yeah.
My first game of this was just a wash because I
Yeah.
had no idea what I was doing, and it was when I played my third game, I think, that I went.
Yeah.
I didn't play very well, but at least I
think it's only
was
3 turns
comfortable
three games
in-
to get it as
in
well.
what I was doing.
The game it reminds me of most is the White Castle, but if the White Castle was the slimmed down diet version, this is absolutely the full fat with chips.
Yeah. But it all works. It all hangs together. And as I say, you're looking at Vittel has designed it to be 45 minutes per player.
Yeah.
And I have played it. I've played a 3-player game of this in 2.25 hours.
Okay.
Which is insane when you think a game of this complexity. We were maybe 2.5. We were done in 2.5 hours for a 3-player game.
Yeah.
That's how long it can take. And I think the thing that worried me the most with this game, as I've said in my recent vlog, is I'm not a big fan normally of chain actions because I tend to lose track of what's going on. It's okay in this game. It is still a bit tricky and you've got to be careful. But because each action is actually
Tracked on the board, isn't it?
relatively simple and the iconography is like...
But you track it on the board
And
by
you
putting
try
the
the
token
chain
on it.
actions
So,
with that.
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, there's lots of helpful hints on the board.
Yeah.
Onto that.
The only bit I kept forgetting was this one. When you innovate, I mean, I say I kept forgetting. I don't think we missed it. But when you innovate, you get an extra person. So, yeah, there you go. We are all done. So thank you very much to everybody for watching. A big thank you to Eagle Griffin Games for sponsoring this playthrough. And a big thank you to all of my patron supporters that have been supporting me through the creation of the How to Play video for this over the past few weeks. If you've watched this playthrough video, but you want to watch a pure How to Play video, which is about 45 minutes long, that went live on the channel on Sunday, or Monday, I think it was Sunday. And yeah, I hope you found it useful. Hope you've seen how the game plays. Just as I say, don't view the playtime of this video as what the playtime would be. It would be shorter than that. We're all off for some food, and I'll see you all later in the week for some more things. Thank you very much, you two.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
See you later. Bye-bye.